Welcome, friends, to a gentle journey through the vast and mysterious worlds of Minecraft. Tonight, we will wander together across the Overworld, the Nether, and the End, exploring the lore, the secrets, and the quiet beauty hidden within the game's many creatures and places. These stories are not told with urgency, but with calm and care, meant to ease your mind and help you drift into a peaceful rest. Over the course of these hours, we will move slowly through 30 chapters, each one a soft exploration of Minecraft's history and mysteries, told in a way that invites sleep and imagination. Let the words flow like the rhythm of footsteps on grass, like waves of sound in a still cave, steady and soothing. If you enjoy this restful journey, please consider subscribing and share with me where you are listening from tonight. Long before a player's first footsteps fall upon the grassy plains, before tools are crafted or torches flicker against stone walls, there is the quiet birth of the Overworld itself. To imagine the Overworld is to imagine a world both familiar and strange, a place that feels as though it has always been there, waiting patiently for someone to arrive. Its mountains stretch toward the sky, capped in white snow. Its rivers run endlessly, carving paths through valleys that seem older than memory. Even the smallest patches of wildflowers, scattered across meadows, seem timeless, as though they bloomed in ages no one remembers. The Overworld does not need a beginning written in books or told in history. It feels eternal, an unbroken cycle of day and night. The square sun rises with gentle light, spilling warmth across forests and deserts. The square moon follows, cool and pale, accompanied by stars scattered like glowing dust. This rhythm of light and dark is the Overworld's oldest song, sung before villages were built, before strongholds were hidden, before the Nether or the End were ever whispered of. To step into this world for the first time is to step into a place already complete, already alive. Sheep wander across the hillsides, their wool swaying gently in the breeze. Chickens cluck softly as they scatter seeds, and cows graze in calm silence. Even before tools or weapons are shaped, the Overworld gives itself freely, its creatures offering food, wool, and companionship. This generosity suggests that the Overworld was always meant to be lived in, to be shared with whoever might appear, as though the land itself had been patiently waiting for new footsteps. And yet, despite its simplicity, the Overworld holds mystery. Beneath the grass and the trees lie caves that plunge into darkness, vast chambers filled with echoes. Ores glint faintly in the walls, as though they are ancient veins of memory embedded in stone. Coal, iron, gold, redstone, diamond, and emerald, each layer a gift, but also a secret, waiting for those brave enough to descend. The deeper you go, the more the Overworld shifts. What begins as gentle dirt and stone slowly transforms into deep slate, darker, denser, and older. It feels as though each layer of earth is not just physical but historical, a descent into the Overworld's earliest ages. Water flows endlessly in this realm. It gathers in rivers, tumbles in waterfalls, and stretches into vast oceans where the horizon seems infinite. Oceans are more than just water. They are homes to schools of fish, to dolphins leaping joyfully, and to monuments that sleep in silence beneath the waves. Standing at the shore, watching the sun set across the water, it is easy to believe the Overworld has no end, that the seas stretch forever, curving gently into the edges of imagination itself. Forests, too, whisper of the Overworld's timelessness. Oak, spruce, birch, and jungle trees rise in every direction, their leaves rustling like old secrets. They feel eternal, as though they have grown and regrown through countless seasons, long before any tool was raised to cut them down. And in the swamps, mangroves spread their roots into mud and water, tangled and ancient, creating sanctuaries for frogs and fireflies. Each biome feels deliberate, crafted not for one story but for infinite stories to unfold within it. The overworld's sky is perhaps its most comforting feature. By day it is bright and soft, a pale blue that feels endless. By night, stars shine like diamond fragments scattered across black velvet. These stars invite questions. Are they simply decoration? Or are they hints of other realms, other possibilities? No one can say for sure. Yet when you look upward, watching the constellations drift, the world feels larger than the land beneath your feet. It feels as though the overworld is part of something much greater, a single verse in a song too vast to hear in full. Legends whisper of ancient builders who may have walked this world long before modern players. The ruins they left, temples, strongholds, villages, suggest that the overworld has always been lived in, always touched by hands, both known and unknown. Desert pyramids sleep beneath sands, their traps silent but waiting. Jungle temples crumble in the shade of vines, filled with secrets that suggest clever minds once thrived here. Villages, though still alive with trading and farming, may be echoes of an older time, when entire civilizations rose and fell. The overworld seems not empty, but timeless, a place where memory clings to stone and soil. Even the weather carries its own soft lore. Rain drifts down in gentle sheets, nourishing crops and filling rivers. Thunderstorms roll with sudden energy, flashes of lightning splitting the sky. Snow falls quietly in frozen biomes, blanketing the ground in white silence. Each storm and season feels purposeful, part of the overworld's unspoken history. To stand in the rain, listening to its patter against leaves, is to share a moment with the land itself, as though the overworld is speaking softly through every drop. Perhaps the most mysterious element of all is the overworld's balance. For every peaceful field, there is a cave filled with danger. For every bright morning, there is a night when creatures stir. Zombies groan, skeletons rattle, spiders crawl, and creepers hiss. These shadows bring balance to the world, reminding players that safety is never permanent. Yet even these dangers are woven into the overworld's design. They are part of its ancient rhythm, night and day, light and dark, harmony and challenge. And so the overworld endures, timeless and patient. Whether you see it as a realm created long ago by unknown builders, or as a world born of imagination itself, it holds the same quiet truth. It is always waiting, always ready to welcome those who arrive. Each mountain peak, each winding cave, each drifting cloud is part of a story that has no true beginning and no true end. As you close your eyes tonight and drift toward dreams, you may imagine yourself standing at the edge of a new world, surrounded by grass and flowers, listening to the gentle hum of life all around you. The overworld stretches before you, wide and welcoming, endless in its possibilities. And in that stillness, you understand that this is not just a game's beginning, but a dream that has always been waiting for you. The story of Minecraft is not only about the vastness of the overworld, but also about the rhythm of its days and nights. Every new world begins the same way, with light. A player appears beneath the rising sun, the sky bright and soft, clouds drifting lazily overhead. The first breath of wind carries the sound of rustling leaves and the gentle calls of animals. There is no story written yet, only possibility, as though the world itself is pausing, waiting for its first footsteps to shape what will come next. The first day feels endless. The sun lingers high, giving space and safety, as if it knows that beginners need time to adjust. Sheep graze across green meadows, pigs trot quietly near forests, and the world feels generous. Wood can be gathered, tools shaped, and food collected without fear. It is a time of learning, of breathing deeply, and recognizing that this land is alive with both beauty and purpose. The first day is gentle because it must be, offering reassurance that the overworld welcomes new travelers with open skies and soft grass. But the sun, though steady, does not last forever. Slowly, it begins its descent, slipping closer to the horizon. The light turns golden, stretching shadows long across the land. Birds seem quieter, animals huddle, and the world changes in mood. This twilight is both beautiful and unsettling, the sky painted with pinks and oranges, yet heavy with the weight of what is to come. For those who linger outside, this change is unmistakable. Safety is slipping away. The first night approaches. The moon rises pale and square, casting its cool glow over the land. Stars scatter themselves across the dark sky, endless in number, twinkling like fragments of far-off worlds. At first, the night seems peaceful, as though it could be endured like the day. But soon, the sounds begin, the groans of zombies, the rattling of skeletons, the soft skittering of spiders. From the shadows, eyes gleam green, and the hiss of a creeper cuts through the silence. The overworld reveals its balance. Where the day gives life, the night tests it. The first night is often remembered by every traveler. Some hide in shallow holes dug into the earth, sealing themselves with dirt to wait out the darkness. Others craft their first shelters, small square huts lit by torches, their walls thin but comforting. Still others run through forests, chased by arrows and explosions, learning in panic the lesson that the world is not always kind. Yet no matter the outcome, the first night leaves its mark. It teaches that light and dark are inseparable, that safety is something to be made, not simply given. The overworld's days and nights carry more than danger. They carry a rhythm that feels eternal. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, never failing, never faltering. The moon takes its place, joined by stars that twinkle differently each night. The cycle continues endlessly, steady and reliable. Like the beating of a heart, it is a rhythm players fall into, measuring their time not in hours but in sunrises and sunsets, in nights survived and mornings greeted. Rain sometimes softens this cycle. Clouds gather, and the sun or moon hides, leaving the land bathed in a gentle gray. Raindrops fall steadily, nourishing crops and filling rivers, their patter soothing in its constancy. Thunderstorms, too, can come, flashing with sudden light, shaking the earth with sound, and striking the land with fire. Lightning splits trees, startles animals, and sometimes changes them forever, as when pigs become zombified piglins, or villagers transform into witches. Even in storms, the cycle continues, reminding all who wander that weather is part of the overworld's great rhythm, unpredictable yet purposeful. The days are not only for safety, they are for exploration. In daylight, mountains rise clear against the horizon, forests stretch in every direction, and deserts shimmer with heat. Oceans sparkle under the sun, waves reflecting its brilliance. The day encourages wandering, inviting travelers to see what lies beyond the next hill, the next river, the next plain. It feels infinite, full of possibility, as though the overworld itself is urging players onward, whispering, explore, create, and see. The nights, though dangerous, carry their own beauty. The stars shine so brightly, casting their glow over plains and forests. The moon reflects gently on lakes and oceans, turning them silver. Fireflies drift through swamps, their small lights dancing like tiny lanterns. Torches burn warmly in shelters, their flickering flames comforting against the dark. The night may hold danger, but it also holds wonder. For those who stop and look upward, the night sky becomes a map of mystery, its constellations uncharted, its endlessness a reminder that this world is vast beyond comprehension. Legends grow from this cycle of light and dark. Some say the moon and sun are ancient guardians, forever chasing one another across the sky, locked in a dance that never ends. Others imagine the stars as the souls of builders who once walked the overworld, watching over the world they left behind. Still others whisper that the darkness of night is a boundary, a reminder that beyond light lies mystery, and that mystery itself is what gives the world meaning. For players, the first days and nights become memory. The panic of the first night softens into a story told with laughter. The first hut, small and crude, becomes a monument of progress, replaced eventually by great castles and sprawling cities. The first sunrise seen after a night of survival becomes a moment of triumph, remembered forever. These beginnings are gentle, but they grow into the foundation of every journey, proof that even the simplest cycle, day and night, sun and moon, can carry the weight of legend. And so, as you drift into sleep, imagine standing once again on the first day, with the sun rising above a world that feels infinite. Hear the quiet sounds of sheep and cows, the rustle of trees, the distant splash of water, and then let the night come softly, the stars appearing one by one, the moon casting its silver light over the land. In this rhythm, day and night, safety and danger, light and dark, you find the steady heartbeat of the overworld itself, a world that feels eternal, a dream that waits for you to enter again and again. In the vastness of the overworld, scattered across plains, deserts, savannas, and snowy tundras, there are places where life gathers into clusters of simplicity. These are the villages, quiet sanctuaries of structure and community. To stumble upon a village for the first time is a moment of calm surprise. After wandering forests and climbing mountains, after crossing rivers and oceans, the sudden sight of rooftops rising from the landscape feels comforting. Villages stand as proof that the world is not empty, that it has always carried stories, always held voices beyond your own. Villages are more than buildings. They are living, breathing places. Small cottages of wood, clay, or stone huddle together, their doors facing into the heart of the settlement. Crops grow in neat rows: wheat, potatoes, carrots tended by gentle hands. Lanterns hang from wooden posts, casting warm circles of light as evening falls. Cats wander freely, purring softly as they curl near doorsteps. Villagers hum and murmur, their voices low and steady, like a language of comfort that does not need to be understood. To spend time in a village is to feel the heartbeat of community, quiet and unassuming. Each villager has their place. The farmer tends to crops, moving patiently between fields with a rhythm as ancient as the overworld itself. The librarian waits within a room of bookshelves, trading knowledge and enchantments as though passing down pieces of forgotten lore. The blacksmith hammers at his work, his forge glowing brightly, offering tools and armor that speak of strength and survival. Shepherds, fletchers, clerics, and butchers all have their roles, each contributing something small, yet together building a world that feels whole. This division of labor is not hurried or loud. It is steady, measured, and deeply human. And then there is the iron golem. Towering above villagers, this protector of the settlement moves with slow, deliberate steps. Its eyes glow with calm vigilance, and its presence is reassuring. The golem does not speak, yet its silence is filled with meaning. It is both a guardian and a companion, ready to defend its people against threats of night and shadow. Watching an iron golem wander the streets is like watching a myth walk, a reminder that even in the smallest villages, there are legends carved into being. Villages shift depending on where they are found. In the plains, houses are built of oak, their thatched roofs blending into the open fields. In deserts, sandstone structures rise pale against the bright sun, their wells offering precious water. Savanna villages are shaped from acacia, their orange wood glowing warmly against the dry grass. Snowy tundra villages are blanketed in white, with chimneys sending smoke into the cold air, each hut a beacon of warmth against the frost. These variations feel natural, as though the villagers have adapted to their homes across countless generations. The world feels alive because of their resilience. Night in the village carries a special kind of magic. As the sun sets, villagers retreat into their homes, doors closing softly. The lanterns glow brighter, their light golden against the dark. Cats prowl silently, keeping phantoms and creepers at bay. The golem patrols with patience, its footsteps echoing across the quiet streets. Sometimes, the distant sound of a zombie can be heard, or the rattle of a skeleton's bones. Yet within the village, there is safety. Torches flicker, doors hold firm, and the hum of villagers drifting into rest fills the air like a lullaby. Yet danger is never far. Raids, triggered by wandering illagers, can bring chaos to these peaceful settlements. Pillagers with their crossbows, vindicators with axes, and evokers with their spectral magic descend upon villages, testing the strength of their defenders. These attacks remind us that peace is fragile, and that every village stands as a symbol of survival against the forces that would tear it down. Still, with the help of iron golems, brave players, and the resilience of the villagers themselves, the settlement endures. Even after raids, crops are replanted, houses repaired, and life continues with quiet determination. There is mystery, too, in the life of villagers. Their language is unintelligible, their speech filled with soft mms and has, yet somehow it conveys meaning. Their wide-eyed expressions are both simple and ancient, suggesting a people who carry knowledge in ways unspoken. The enchantments they trade hint at secrets deeper than their appearance reveals. Some imagine that villagers are remnants of the ancient builders, distant descendants of a civilization that once filled the world. Others believe they are caretakers of memory, existing to preserve the rhythm of life no matter what has been lost. Children play within the villages, their small figures darting between houses and fields. They carry no professions yet, no roles to fulfill, but they bring laughter and life to the streets. Watching them grow into adults is a reminder that the world itself is a cycle of learning, of working, of passing on knowledge. Villages are not static. They live and breathe, growing with each new generation. Even in a game world where time feels endless, the presence of children creates the sense that time moves forward, that stories continue. To rest in a village is to feel peace. Beds are plentiful, offering warmth and safety through the night. The glow of lanterns filters softly through windows. The murmur of villagers drifts through the air, and the soft snore of a golem's patrol fades into the distance. It is the soundscape of calm, a reminder that even in a world of danger, there are sanctuaries. To sleep in a village is to know that tomorrow will come, that the sun will rise again, and that life will continue in steady rhythm. In the lore of Minecraft, villages embody community. They remind us that survival is not only about solitary journeys, but also about shared spaces and mutual care. They show us that the overworld is not empty, but filled with small stories happening all the time. Farmers tending their crops, shepherds watching over sheep, librarians offering enchanted books. Every villager plays a role in this quiet theater of life. And for those who wander, stumbling upon such a place feels like finding an old friend in a vast, endless world. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine yourself walking through a village at dusk. Lanterns glow warmly against the deepening sky. Cats brush past your legs, their tails flicking gently. Villagers retreat into their homes, their voices soft and content. The golem strolls past, its heavy steps steady and protective, and above, the stars begin to shine, silver and infinite. In that moment, you know you are not alone. The world is alive, and you are part of it, safe, sheltered, and ready for rest. Among all the beings that walk the world of Minecraft, few inspire as much wonder, unease, and quiet fascination as the Endermen. Tall, slender, and dark as shadow, they appear suddenly and silently, wandering across plains, deserts, forests, and caves. To see an Enderman is to glimpse something otherworldly, a creature that feels less like a mob and more like a visitor from somewhere far beyond. They are not hostile at first, not unless disturbed. They simply walk, carrying blocks in their long hands, placing them down again as though rearranging the world according to rules known only to them. The first encounter with an Enderman is unforgettable. They are taller than any human player, their long arms and legs stretched in proportions that feel unnatural, like silhouettes drawn against the night. Their eyes glow violet, piercing through darkness, fixed in a gaze that is both captivating and unsettling. When left alone, they wander with calm patience, their movements smooth and deliberate, their footsteps soft upon the ground. But if you meet their gaze, everything changes. A silence falls, then a sudden shriek splits the air, and the Enderman lunges with frightening speed, its teleportation surrounding you like a storm of shadows. The gaze mechanic is one of the Enderman's most defining traits. Players quickly learn not to look directly into their glowing eyes, for doing so is seen as a challenge, a breaking of unspoken rules. This detail alone makes Endermen feel intelligent, as though they recognize awareness, as though they understand when they are being watched. In the quiet of the overworld, this sense of awareness is unnerving, and yet it also deepens the mystery. Endermen are not simple predators or aimless wanderers. They are beings with laws, beings who demand respect for their presence. When struck or disturbed, Endermen teleport, their bodies flickering out of existence in one place and reappearing in another, often just behind the player. The sound they make while teleporting is distorted and haunting, a warped static that lingers in the air. It feels like reality itself is bending, like space is not solid to them. They move through the world in ways that others cannot, and that makes them feel not only dangerous but transcendent, creatures who belong partly here and partly somewhere else. Their ability to pick up and place blocks adds to the aura of mystery. No other hostile mob rearranges the land in this way. Sometimes they carry simple dirt, sometimes flowers, sometimes even rare blocks like mycelium. Why they do this has never been explained. Some imagine that Endermen are builders, remnants of an ancient people who once shaped the world with care. Others suggest that they are scavengers, collecting fragments to rebuild something lost. Whatever the reason, their block carrying feels deliberate, as though every lifted cube is part of a story that remains hidden from our understanding. Legends suggest that Endermen are deeply tied to the end, that void-like dimension of floating islands and eternal darkness. The resemblance between their eyes and the end's strange portals cannot be ignored. Their teleportation seems linked to the strange laws of that dimension, their very being infused with its energy. Some believe Endermen are not native to the overworld at all, but wanderers who slipped through portals long ago, scattered across the land as exiles or explorers. Their restlessness, their constant moving, may be the lingering pull of the end itself, calling them back to where they belong. In the end, their true nature is revealed. Vast numbers of Endermen roam the floating islands, far more than are ever seen in the overworld. They move among the chorus plants and the shulker-guarded cities, tall silhouettes beneath the violet sky. Here, they are not visitors. Here, they are at home. And yet, even in their homeland, their habits remain the same. Walking silently, carrying blocks, watching with unblinking eyes. This consistency strengthens the sense that their actions have meaning, that they are following patterns written into the very fabric of their being. The sounds of Endermen are unforgettable. Low, distorted murmurs echo from their throats, warped whispers that seem almost like speech but remain just beyond comprehension. Some players have slowed these sounds, trying to decipher them, and claim to hear fragments of words, perhaps distorted English, perhaps echoes of something older. Whether intentional or not, these whispers give Endermen a sense of intelligence, as though they are trying to communicate but cannot. In the hush of night, their sounds are chilling and yet strangely sorrowful, like fragments of a forgotten language carried on the wind. When an Enderman is defeated, it sometimes leaves behind an ender pearl, a strange, shimmering orb that allows players to teleport short distances when used. The pearl's power mirrors the Enderman's own abilities, as though carrying a fragment of their essence. This connection suggests that Endermen are not simply hostile creatures but guardians of travel, tied to dimensions and distances beyond normal reach. Holding an ender pearl is like holding a piece of mystery itself, a reminder that the world is larger and stranger than it seems. Myths within the community often imagine Endermen as transformed humans, builders who once lived in the overworld and were altered by exposure to the end. Their tall forms, their awareness, their connection to blocks and construction, all of it fits this theory. If true, Endermen are not enemies but tragic figures, wanderers caught between what they were and what they have become. Their hostility, when gazed upon, could be seen not as rage but as shame, as though they cannot bear to be recognized. Whether truth or myth, this idea deepens the melancholy already present in their design. In dreams, Endermen take on a softer presence. They can be seen not as monsters, but as guides, tall companions walking silently at the edges of memory. Their block carrying becomes a symbol of care, arranging the landscape gently for those who come after. Their teleportations become steps through imagination, vanishing from one thought and reappearing in another. Their whispers, instead of fearful distortions, become lullabies of a forgotten language, speaking softly in tones that soothe rather than disturb. To fall asleep with Endermen in mind is to drift into a realm where mystery is not frightening, but comforting, a reminder that some things are not meant to be fully understood, only felt. And so, the Endermen remain among the most enduring mysteries of Minecraft. They walk the land, tall and silent, witnesses to the world's endless cycles of day and night. They carry blocks, rearranging the terrain in ways we cannot explain. They whisper in distorted voices, watching us with eyes that seem to hold knowledge beyond time. Whether seen as monsters, exiles, builders, or guides, they hold a special place in the tapestry of the game. They are reminders that even in a world of blocks and code, there is room for wonder, for unanswered questions, and for mystery that drifts just beyond reach. Beneath the steady rhythm of the overworld lies a place very different, a realm not of balance and green life, but of fire, shadow, and endless danger. This is the Nether, a world where the ground glows with lava, where the very air feels heavy, and where silence is broken only by crackling fire and distant, haunting sounds. To journey here is to leave the familiar safety of sun and stars and enter a land that feels ancient and hostile, yet strangely beautiful. The first step into the Nether is unforgettable. A portal hums with violet light, its frame built from obsidian, a block that itself whispers of strength and survival. Crossing through it is like slipping through the thin veil between dreams. The sound distorts, the screen ripples, and then suddenly the world changes. Instead of grass and sky, there is red stone and endless heat. Lava flows in vast seas, stretching to horizons where no water cools the land. The sky is not blue or star-filled, but dim and oppressive, glowing faintly with a crimson haze. The Nether feels eternal, as though it has been burning since the beginning of time. The ground is not uniform but layered with strange blocks. Netherrack, soul sand, basalt, and blackstone. Netherrack burns endlessly, never extinguishing when lit by fire, a property that feels unnatural, as though the block itself is alive with flame. Soul sand slows movement, its surface etched with faces that seem to scream silently, perhaps the remnants of the lost. Basalt and blackstone, dark and heavy, form pillars and landscapes that feel sculpted by ancient hands. Each block tells a story of a world shaped not by life, but by heat and pressure, by forces that grind and burn endlessly. And yet, the Nether is not lifeless. Biomes stretch across this fiery realm, each carrying its own character and mood. The crimson forest glows red, its fungi towering like twisted trees, its roots spreading across the ground in tangles. It is home to hoglins, beasts of tusks and muscle, and to piglins, creatures who trade and fight with equal intensity. The warped forest, by contrast, is bathed in eerie blue, its light strange and cool against the Nether's red glow. Here Endermen wander in large numbers, as though the forest is their sanctuary. Soul sand valleys stretch with ancient bones, the fossils of creatures long forgotten, and ash drifts through the air like snow. Basalt deltas rise in jagged formations, dangerous yet majestic, their gray tones painting a world of volcanic chaos. Each biome is a layer of story, adding depth to the Nether's timelessness. Sounds fill this world in unsettling ways. The crackle of fire, the bubbling of lava, the low moans of ghasts drifting above all, combine into a soundscape that is both frightening and mesmerizing. Ghasts, in particular, add to the Nether's mood, their wails echoing like sorrowful cries across the burning seas. Their tears, when gathered, brew potions of regeneration, tying sadness directly to healing, as though the Nether itself is filled with grief that can also give comfort. This mixture of danger and beauty makes the Nether more than just a hostile place. It is a realm of contradictions, where horror and wonder live side by side. Structures rise within the Nether as well, hinting at civilizations and powers that once thrived here. Nether fortresses stretch with long bridges and halls, their design functional yet imposing. Within them roam blazes, creatures of eternal fire, spinning rods of flame that attack with bursts of heat. Wither skeletons stalk the dark corridors, tall and skeletal, their touch carrying the wither effect, draining life with each strike. These fortresses feel like temples of fire, ancient places where rituals of power may have once been performed. Their very existence suggests that the Nether has not always been empty, that its flames were once harnessed by builders whose stories are now long forgotten. Newer structures, the bastions, deepen this sense of mystery. These are massive, crumbling remnants of Piglin society, filled with treasure, traps, and fierce defenders. Their black stone walls and golden decorations speak of a culture that valued both strength and wealth. To explore a bastion is to walk among the ruins of ambition, where piglins still gather, defending the memory of what once was. The bastions feel alive with history, yet fractured, as though they are reminders of both glory and downfall. The Nether's most valuable resources also carry stories. Ancient debris, hidden deep within the fiery crust, is rare and precious. When smelted and refined, it becomes netherite, the strongest material known in Minecraft. To find it is to uncover fragments of an older world, remnants of a time when the Nether itself was perhaps even more mysterious. Netherite feels like a relic, a material that has survived countless ages of fire and destruction, waiting for players to rediscover its strength. Its durability and power make it not just useful, but symbolic, proof that even in a world of flame, resilience endures. Despite its dangers, the Nether has beauty that cannot be ignored. The glow of fungi, the soft light of shroomlights, the endless shimmer of lava seas, all create an atmosphere unlike any other. The warped forest glows with eerie calm, the crimson forest pulses with life, and even the soul sand valleys carry a haunting elegance. The Nether feels alive, but not in the same way as the Overworld. Its life is one of fire and shadow, of survival and sorrow, of memories preserved in flame. The lore of the Nether suggests connections to the other dimensions. Its portals serve as bridges, linking the Overworld to its fiery depths. Piglins hint at knowledge of gold, bartering as though part of a system older than time. Wither skeletons drop skulls used to summon the Wither, a boss that drops a Nether star, itself tied to light and strength. All of these details weave the Nether into the greater story of Minecraft, making it not just a place of danger, but a realm that holds keys to understanding the game's deepest mysteries. And yet, for all its fire and shadows, the Nether also carries silence. Stand long enough by the edge of a lava sea, and you will hear only the low bubbling of molten rock, the occasional distant cry of a ghast. In that silence, the Nether feels eternal, a dream of flame that will burn whether you are there to see it or not. It is a place that does not wait for players but simply exists, timeless and unyielding. As you drift toward sleep, imagine stepping gently through a portal, the violet light swirling around you. On the other side, the air is warm, the glow of lava reflecting softly on black stone walls. Strange forests stretch in the distance, their colors glowing against the dim sky. Ghasts drift above, their cries softened into lullabies, while piglins barter quietly by firelight. The Nether is no longer a place of fear, but of dreamlike wonder, a realm of fire that glows softly in your imagination. And with each step you feel that even in the hottest flames, there is calm, there is mystery, and there is beauty. Within the burning landscapes of the Nether, amid seas of lava and forests of crimson fungi, lives a people unlike any other in Minecraft, the piglins. They are both hostile and civilized, both greedy and clever, and their presence fills the Nether with a sense of life that is organized, if unpredictable. Unlike many mobs who wander without culture or purpose, piglins move in groups, guard their homes, and follow rules that seem as old as the Nether itself. The first meeting with a piglin can be startling. They rush forward if you are not wearing gold, their guttural grunts and sharp snorts filling the air. Weapons are raised quickly, crossbows drawn with surprising skill. They are not mindless attackers, but defenders of something precious, gold. To piglins, gold is not simply valuable, it is sacred. A single golden helmet or pair of boots can transform you from foe to tolerated visitor. This respect for gold suggests that it is more than treasure to them. Perhaps it is a symbol, a part of their history, a relic of their society that gives meaning to their survival. Piglins live in large, ruined structures called bastions. These sprawling complexes, built of black stone, cracked stone bricks, and gilded decorations, are among the most fascinating ruins in Minecraft. They stand tall above seas of lava, their halls echoing with the sounds of piglin patrols and the distant snorts of hoglins, their domesticated beasts. Though many bastions lie in ruin, broken and crumbled, their sheer size suggests a culture that once thrived in the Nether, capable of large-scale construction and organization. The presence of gold blocks, carefully stored and hidden within, reinforces the idea of a people who built their world around wealth, protection, and ritual. Inside bastions, piglins are not alone. There are piglin brutes, stronger, larger warriors who guard the treasure chambers with unyielding aggression. Unlike ordinary piglins, who can be distracted or bargained with, brutes cannot be reasoned with. They attack no matter what, their loyalty to the bastion's treasure absolute. Their presence suggests a hierarchy within piglin society, with roles divided between traders, guards, and warriors. This sense of structure makes piglins feel unique among mobs, as though their culture is not just about survival, but about order and tradition. Bartering is another trait that makes piglins stand apart. Offer them gold, and they will pause their hostility to examine the bar of metal with reverence, tossing back items in exchange. These trades can range from useful resources, like ender pearls or fire resistance potions, to simple materials like gravel or string. Though random, the act itself feels ritualistic, like an echo of commerce, of ancient trade routes that once defined their civilization. To watch a piglin accept gold is to witness not just survival, but culture, a sign that they understand value and exchange. The presence of hoglins in piglin society adds another layer of richness. These large, boar-like creatures are both food and beasts of burden. Piglins hunt them, corral them, and rely on them to survive. The symbiotic relationship between piglins and hoglins mirrors human domestication of animals, hinting once again that piglins are more advanced than they appear. Yet hoglins themselves are dangerous, charging at intruders with tusks and brute force. In the Crimson Forests, where hoglins thrive, piglins can often be seen together, hunting and herding in ways that suggest community effort. Zombie piglins, once known as zombie pigmen, also tie into the lore of this strange people. These undead creatures wander the Nether in silence, carrying golden swords and wearing remnants of armor. They are not hostile unless provoked, moving slowly in groups that feel more like families than mobs. Many players believe zombie piglins are the cursed ancestors of modern piglins, perhaps transformed by exposure to the Nether's energies or by the fiery disasters of the past. Their presence deepens the tragedy of the piglins' history, suggesting that their civilization is haunted by the shadows of what came before. Piglins are also tied to the ancient debris hidden deep in the Nether. This rare material, when refined into netherite, surpasses even diamond in strength. While piglins are not seen mining or crafting netherite, Their obsession with gold hints at a deep knowledge of resources. Some players imagine that piglins once forged weapons and tools of netherite, that the brute's immense strength is a remnant of warriors armed with such power. The ruins of bastions, with their treasure rooms and collapsed corridors, could be monuments to a time when piglins ruled the Nether with unmatched dominance. The hostility of piglins toward players not wearing gold may not simply be greed. It could be seen as ritualistic, a way of enforcing respect for their customs. By wearing gold, you show acknowledgement of their traditions, and in return, they tolerate your presence. This system creates an almost diplomatic dynamic between players and piglins, one that feels rare in Minecraft's world. It is not brute survival, but a cultural exchange, fragile and conditional. It feels as though piglins see themselves as rulers of the Nether, and all who enter must obey their laws. Piglin brutes, however, remind us that not all members of their society care for such rituals. Their aggression is pure, untempered by trade or diplomacy. Perhaps they are zealots, warriors sworn to defend the bastions at all costs. Or perhaps they are the last defenders of a lost age, holding on to traditions that no longer fully exist. The contrast between ordinary piglins and brutes paints a picture of a fractured people, one divided between survival, trade, and ancient pride. The lore of the piglins ties closely to the Nether's other features. Wither skeletons haunt the fortresses, perhaps enemies of the piglins in some forgotten war. Ghasts drift above, sorrowful and destructive, as though mourning the bastion's downfall. Even the warped forest feels symbolic, a place where endermen walk freely, untouched by piglin laws, reminding us that the Nether is shared by many forces, not just one. Piglins, though powerful and organized, are but one culture in a land of endless conflict. And yet, when seen through the lens of dreams and quiet reflection, piglins are not just warriors or traders. They become symbols of survival, of culture persisting even in the harshest environments. They remind us that even in a world of fire, community and tradition can endure. Their bastions, though broken, stand as monuments to what was once great. Their bartering rituals, though small, echo the vast networks of trade that may have once stretched across the Nether, and their reliance on gold reflects not greed, but reverence, a connection to something eternal. As you close your eyes tonight, imagine walking quietly into a bastion. The halls are dimly lit, shadows flickering across cracked black stone. Piglins wander nearby, their grunts softened into a low chorus, their eyes glancing toward you but not with hostility, for you wear gold upon your armor. In one chamber, a brute stands guard, silent and watchful, his loyalty unwavering. In another, hoglins rest in pens, their snorts calm in the cool glow of fungi light. The air is heavy, but not with fear, with memory, with the weight of stories long past. The bastion is not a ruin, but a place alive, alive with the echoes of a people who carved out life in the heart of fire. Among the most feared beings in all of Minecraft, there is one whose very presence feels destructive, whose existence seems to be tied not to balance or survival, but to devastation itself. This is the Wither, a three-headed shadow of bone and smoke, summoned not by chance but by choice, and always at great cost. Unlike the Ender Dragon, who rules her domain naturally, the Wither must be brought into being by players, assembled from the fragments of Wither skeletons and the rare, haunting blocks of soul sand. Its deliberate creation gives it a feeling unlike any other mob. It is a weapon, a force born of intent, an echo of wars that may have scarred the world long before we began to explore it. To summon the Wither is to reach into the past. Its body is built from skulls, dropped rarely by Wither skeletons who wander the Nether's fortresses. These skeletons, taller and darker than their overworld cousins, carry swords of stone and leave behind not bones, but fragments of something more terrible. Their skulls are symbols of battle, of countless duels fought in those dim corridors of black stone and nether brick. Collecting 3 of them is no easy task. It feels like gathering tokens from fallen warriors, relics of a battlefield where endless wars were fought and remembered only in silence. The use of soul sand or soul soil in the summoning ritual adds another layer of unease. Soul sand already carries a haunting presence, its texture etched with the faces of the lost, its surface slowing those who walk across it. To place skulls upon such a block is to build from memory, from grief, from lives extinguished. The summoning becomes not just a ritual of power, but a recreation of sorrow, pulling together elements that symbolize death, loss, and restlessness. When the final skull is placed, the air itself begins to quake, and the Wither emerges, born not of life, but of unquiet death. The Wither's form is terrifying. 3 skeletal heads stare outward, each capable of spitting destructive skulls that explode on impact. Its body hovers, weightless yet heavy with presence, cloaked in a cloud of black smoke and particles. Its sound is a low, distorted rumble, a growl that seems to vibrate through stone. The moment it awakens, it unleashes an explosion, shattering the landscape around it. This violent birth suggests that the Wither is not simply a creature but a calamity, one that reshapes the world the moment it appears. In battle, the Wither is relentless. It fires skulls that explode into black clouds, damaging both players and terrain. Its attacks spread Wither, a status effect that drains life away slowly, leaving hearts darkened and fading. The effect feels symbolic, as though the Wither corrupts not just the body but the soul, pulling vitality away until nothing remains. When its health is reduced halfway, it enters a second phase, shielding itself and charging with furious speed. This transformation feels like desperation, as though the creature cannot bear to be defeated, as though it clings to destruction with its last strength. The Wither drops the Nether Star, a single glowing relic of immense power. With it, players can craft a beacon, a block of light that sends its beam into the sky and offers strength to those nearby. This connection between destruction and light feels poetic. To gain a beacon of hope, one must endure the Wither's devastation. It is as though the lore suggests that strength can only be born from struggle, that light itself emerges from darkness. The Nether Star becomes more than just a prize. It is a symbol of survival, of hope forged in battle. But where did the Wither come from? Was it designed as a weapon, perhaps by the ancient builders who also carved the cities of the Deep Dark and the halls of the Nether fortresses? Or is it a creature of the void, pulled into existence by rituals that disturb the balance between worlds? Its skeletal form suggests decay, yet its destructive power suggests purpose. Some players imagine that the Wither was created for war, unleashed by civilizations long gone, leaving only ruins and silence behind. The abandoned fortresses of the Nether may be the remnants of those conflicts, their Wither skeleton guards, cursed eternally, to patrol the halls of their lost masters. There are theories that the Wither was once used to fight the Ender Dragon, that ancient peoples summoned it to challenge the ruler of the End. The dragon, tied to her crystal towers and her dimension of obsidian and void, may have once faced Withers in battles that shook the sky. If this is true, then both bosses are not simply monsters, but opposites, reflections of conflict between civilizations and realms. The dragon embodies control, guardianship of her world. The wither embodies destruction, unrestrained force. Together, they represent balance through opposition, a reminder that creation and ruin are eternally intertwined. The very name wither speaks of decay, of the slow fading of vitality and strength. Unlike mobs that live and thrive, the wither does not grow crops, build, or wander. Its sole purpose is to destroy. This gives it a mythic quality, as though it was never meant to be alive in the way other beings are. It feels more like a spell, a curse given shape. Even its ability to fly and destroy blocks effortlessly sets it apart, as if gravity and solidity mean little to it. The wither seems to be more idea than creature, the idea of war itself, written into code and brought to life in a storm of skulls and smoke. And yet, even in its devastation, the wither fits into Minecraft's theme of cycles. It is summoned, it rampages, and it is defeated. From its fall comes the Nether star, which is then used to create a beacon, which in turn strengthens new construction, new creativity. The loop is clear. Destruction leads to renewal. Chaos gives way to order. The wither may be terrifying, but its role in the greater tapestry is one of strange balance, ensuring that even fear and ruin have a place in the endless rhythm of play. When thought of as lore, the wither's existence asks us to imagine a time before, a time when builders, desperate for power, summoned it in battle. A time when fortresses were alive with warriors, and when the skies themselves were torn apart by explosions and flame. Perhaps these wars ended in silence, leaving only ruins behind. Perhaps the wither was too destructive, its very power turning against its creators. The scars of that age remain in the Nether, in the ashes of bastions and the bones scattered across soul sand valleys. The wither is not simply a boss, it is a shadow of memory, a reminder of mistakes repeated across time. And yet, in dreams, the wither softens. Its black smoke becomes mist, drifting gently like fog across a quiet plain. Its explosions fade into distant echoes, like thunder beyond the horizon. The Nether star glows softly, not as a prize of war but as a lantern of guidance, shining with steady calm. To fall asleep imagining the wither is not to invite fear, but to listen to the story of conflict, to understand that even the fiercest storms eventually pass, leaving behind quiet skies. The wither becomes not just destruction, but a teacher, whispering that light always follows shadow, and that even ruin can give way to renewal. Across the vast landscapes of Minecraft, amid plains, deserts, snowy tundras, and jungle clearings, stand clusters of small, simple homes. These are villages, and within them live one of the game's most enduring and peaceful peoples, the villagers. They are not warriors, nor explorers, nor rulers of vast fortresses. Instead, they are humble folk, tending farms, trading goods, and filling the world with a sense of community. The story of the villagers may seem simple at first glance, yet beneath their quiet routines lies a history as deep as any other, filled with mystery, survival, and resilience. A first meeting with villagers often comes early in a player's journey. Their soft murmurs and gentle sounds greet you as they wander between homes, tending crops, or working at their stations. Their appearance is distinctive. Tall, robed figures with large noses, simple eyes, and folded hands. Though their design is blocky and minimal, they carry personality in every action. They glance toward you with mild curiosity, but do not attack. Even if struck, they embody peace, choosing survival through cooperation rather than conflict. Villagers live in structures that vary depending on the biome. In plains, their homes are built of oak and cobblestone, clustered together around farms of wheat and carrots. In deserts, they fashion their buildings from sandstone, pale and sun-bleached, blending with the hot landscape. In snowy tundras, spruce and snow form their shelters, warm against the cold. These differences give each village a sense of identity, a reflection of adaptation to the environment. They suggest that villagers are builders in their own right, shaping their world with available resources and passing down traditions suited to their lands. At the heart of every village is a meeting point, often marked by a bell. When the bell tolls, villagers gather, looking about with alarm. The bell signals danger, whether from hostile mobs or looming raids. It is a detail that reveals organization, a social system built around protection. Villagers may not fight directly, but they respond collectively to threats. They hide indoors at night, shutting doors against zombies. They run when illagers attack, scattering until the danger has passed. In their behavior, one can sense the survival instinct of a people who have endured centuries of hardship, relying not on combat but on community. Professions give villagers further depth. Through workstations like lecterns, grindstones, or brewing stands, villagers take on roles: librarian, blacksmith, farmer, cleric. Each profession comes with trades, offering items to players in exchange for emeralds. These trades are not random. They feel like echoes of culture. Librarians preserve knowledge, offering enchanted books. Blacksmiths craft tools and armor. Farmers cultivate food, ensuring survival. Clerics provide mystical items, like ender pearls or potions, hinting at a spiritual dimension. Together, these roles paint a picture of a balanced society, where each individual contributes to the whole. Trading with villagers is more than a mechanic, it is a bond. By giving emeralds, players build trust, unlocking better trades and rarer goods. This process feels symbolic, as though alliances are formed across cultures. The villagers do not speak in our language, yet through emeralds, communication happens. Emeralds themselves become a universal currency, not because players demand it, but because villagers value them above all else. Perhaps emeralds hold meaning in their history, tied to rituals or tradition. Whatever the reason, trading turns villages into centers of connection, places where two worlds meet in quiet cooperation. But villages are not without danger. Zombies are drawn to them, breaking down doors, seeking to infect villagers and turn them into husks of the undead. When a villager falls to such a fate, their body twists into a zombie villager, their eyes pale and their voice distorted. This transformation is tragic, for it suggests fragility, yet it also hints at resilience, for with the right potion and a golden apple, zombie villagers can be cured and return to health. This mechanic feels like a story of redemption, a reminder that even in darkness, hope can be restored. Villages can also fall victim to raids, events triggered when players carrying the bad omen effect return to a village. Waves of villagers attack, accompanied by pillagers with crossbows, vindicators with axes, and even ravagers, enormous beasts that charge through fields and crush fences. These raids are frightening, yet they highlight the bond between players and villagers. To defend a village is to stand with them, to fight not just for loot but for their survival. When a raid is won, villagers celebrate, offering discounts and gratitude. The moment feels like victory shared, a union of two communities against hostile forces. Iron golems are another layer of villager life. These towering guardians patrol villages, built of iron blocks and a carved pumpkin, or spawn naturally when enough villagers feel threatened. With their heavy steps and great strength, they protect villagers from zombies, skeletons, and pillagers. The presence of iron golems suggests that villagers, though peaceful, have long known the need for defense. Perhaps golems are not inventions of players, but ancient protectors created by villagers themselves in ages past. Their quiet patrols and sudden bursts of strength embody the balance of peace and power. Beyond their visible lives, villagers raise questions about history. Their settlements are scattered, yet they share common designs, common trades, common traditions. This suggests a connection between them, a network of culture that spans biomes. Did villagers once belong to a great civilization, one that stretched across the world? Are the villages we see today the fragments of that civilization, surviving in smaller clusters after some great fall? Their simplicity may hide a story of survival, of rebuilding after catastrophe. The ruined portals, desert temples, and strongholds scattered across the world may once have been linked to their ancestors. Wandering traders add another layer of mystery. These nomadic villagers appear with llamas, offering rare trades from distant places. Their arrival suggests that villager culture is not entirely static, that some among them roam the world, gathering goods and knowledge. The traders' sudden appearance feels almost magical, as though they walk between unseen pathways, connecting villages separated by oceans and mountains. Their trades, though sometimes mundane, always feel like gifts from far away, reminders that the world is larger than what we see. Villagers embody persistence. They live without weapons, without adventure, without the endless hunger for treasure that players often bring. Instead, they survive through cooperation, through routines, through shared knowledge. Their lives remind us that not every story is one of conquest or power. Some stories are of community, of farming wheat under the sun, of ringing a bell at dusk, of sharing bread in the quiet of a small home. In their simplicity, villagers represent something timeless, the resilience of ordinary life. And so, as you drift into sleep, imagine yourself walking through a village at night. The sky is filled with stars, and the homes glow softly with lantern light. A farmer finishes tending the crops, a librarian closes a book, a blacksmith hammers gently at an anvil. The bell rings once, not in alarm, but in ritual, marking the end of the day. Villagers retreat to their homes, murmuring softly as they settle. An iron golem walks the streets with slow, steady steps, keeping silent watch. The village is calm, timeless, alive with the hum of quiet life. And in that calm, you find rest, knowing that the world, even in its dangers, holds places of peace. For every peaceful village scattered across Minecraft's world, there exists a shadowed reflection, a darker echo of what could have been. These are the illagers, beings who resemble villagers in shape and form, yet carry hostility in their eyes and cruelty in their actions. Where villagers live in simple harmony, tending fields and trading emeralds, illagers gather in foreboding towers and sprawling mansions, plotting raids and reveling in conquest. Their existence feels like the memory of a broken people, fragments of a civilization that once shared a common bond but fractured into two paths, one of peace, the other of violence. The first encounter with an illager often comes in the wilds, where pillager outposts rise from the landscape like warnings. These wooden towers, bristling with banners and guarded by crossbow-wielding pillagers, stand watch over plains and forests. Their flags, marked with ominous symbols, suggest order and identity, a culture that does not merely exist but declares its presence. The pillagers themselves are relentless, attacking on sight, their crossbows clattering as they fire. Unlike villagers, who speak in murmurs, pillagers growl and grunt with menace, their voices harsh and unwelcoming. Wandering further, players may stumble upon woodland mansions, sprawling structures hidden deep within dark forests. These mansions are among the largest natural structures in Minecraft, their many rooms filled with illagers and their secrets. Long corridors, grand halls, and hidden chambers stretch endlessly, each space carrying a sense of unease. Here live the evokers and vindicators, powerful illagers whose abilities surpass those of ordinary mobs. To enter a mansion is to walk into the heart of illager society, to confront not just enemies but the remnants of a culture that has chosen a darker path. Vindicators are fearsome warriors, clad in gray and carrying iron axes. Their attacks are swift and deadly, their loyalty to their brethren unquestionable. They patrol the halls of the mansions, striking intruders without hesitation. Their very name Vindicator suggests revenge, as though they fight not merely to protect their homes but to avenge some ancient wrong. In their silence and aggression, one can almost sense a buried story, a reason for their unyielding hostility toward villagers and players alike. Evokers are different. They wield magic, summoning fangs that rise from the ground in sudden bursts, or calling upon vexes, small ghostly creatures that fly through walls and attack with piercing cries. The presence of evokers reveals that illagers are not just warriors but also mystics, a society that has turned to darker forms of power. Their robes, adorned with symbols, mark them as leaders, priests of a forgotten cult, or guardians of secrets lost to time. To face an evoker is to face more than brute force. It is to confront knowledge twisted into cruelty. The vexes they summon are among the most unsettling of all Minecraft's creatures. Small, pale, and winged, they carry swords and flit through solid matter as though the world itself cannot bind them. Their cries are high-pitched, desperate, almost childlike, and yet they attack with unrelenting malice. Many players imagine vexes as bound spirits, enslaved by the evokers, forced to serve until they vanish in smoke. Their presence deepens the sense of darkness surrounding illager society, suggesting that their power is built not on creation, but on domination. Pillager raids reveal another side of their culture. When a player enters a village with the bad omen effect, waves of illagers descend, accompanied by vindicators, evokers, pillagers, and even ravagers, massive beasts that crush crops and charge with devastating force. These raids feel organized, like military campaigns, suggesting that illagers are not aimless attackers but strategic enemies. Their goal seems clear: to conquer villages, to destroy what their peaceful cousins have built. The raids reinforce the idea of an ancient feud, a rivalry between villagers and illagers that has persisted across generations. Ravagers, in particular, leave a lasting impression. Towering and powerful, they are not ordinary beasts, but bred or created for war. Their saddles suggest control, perhaps tamed by illagers for the sole purpose of destruction. They roar with ferocity, tearing through fences and fields, a symbol of the illagers' willingness to bend nature itself to their will. Ravagers are not wild. They are weapons, living instruments of conquest. But why do illagers exist at all? Their resemblance to villagers cannot be ignored. The same folded hands, the same long noses, the same blocky forms, yet everything about their culture is opposite. Some players theorize that illagers are the result of exile, that long ago a group of villagers turned to darker practices and were cast out. Over time, their resentment grew into hatred, their isolation into cruelty. Others believe that illagers represent what villagers might have become, had they chosen conquest over peace, that they are the shadow of potential, a reminder that every culture holds within it the seed of both harmony and destruction. The woodland mansions themselves seem to support these theories. Their size and complexity suggest a society that once thrived, capable of large-scale building and organization. Yet they are hidden in dark forests, far from the light of open plains, as though secrecy and shadow were chosen deliberately. The banners, the organization of raids, the magical practices of evokers all suggest a culture that has grown apart from the light, seeking strength through fear and domination. Illagers are not entirely without weakness. In raids, their numbers can be overcome, and their leaders defeated. When a player triumphs, villagers celebrate, offering gifts and discounts. This cycle of attack, defense, and celebration feels like an ancient rhythm, one that has played out countless times. The Illagers' persistence, however, ensures that the cycle never truly ends. They will return, always, their towers rising again, their raids beginning anew. It is as though their role in the world is to test, to remind villages of the need for unity and defense. And yet, even Illagers carry a kind of melancholy. Their grunts and growls, their lonely towers, their sprawling mansions hidden in shadow, all of it feels less like triumph and more like loss. They do not build new cities or farms. They do not plant crops or raise families. Their lives are centered only on conquest, on the destruction of others. This emptiness makes them tragic, as though their society is not thriving but decaying, clinging to rituals of violence because they know no other way. They are not builders, but reminders of what is lost when creation gives way to destruction. When thought of in softer tones, Illagers can be seen not as monsters, but as storytellers of the world's balance. They embody the shadow to the villagers' light, the aggression to their peace, the ambition to their simplicity. Without them, villages would not need bells or golems, and the cycle of raids and triumphs would not exist. Illagers, in their hostility, give meaning to the resilience of villagers. They remind us that peace is precious, that it must be protected, and that even in the darkest shadows, there are lessons to be learned. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine walking through a woodland mansion, not in fear, but in quiet wonder. The halls are silent, the banners hang heavy, and the rooms stretch endlessly into darkness. Somewhere, an evoker whispers, summoning faint sparks of magic. A vindicator sharpens his axe, his eyes fixed on shadows. A ravager breathes slowly, its bulk resting in a chamber of stone. The mansion is alive, yet filled with a silence that speaks of stories long past. You walk not as a fighter, but as a dreamer, listening to the echoes of a people who chose a darker path, and in their story you find calm, knowing that even shadows have their place in the world's great tapestry. Beneath the rolling waves of Minecraft's oceans, where sunlight fades into shifting blues and the seabed stretches quietly below, lies one of the game's most mysterious structures, the Ocean Monument. These vast temples of prismarine rise from the depths like ancient ruins, their angular shapes softened by the water around them. Within these halls swim creatures unlike any others, the Guardians and their larger kin, the Elder Guardians. Together, they create an atmosphere of awe and unease, transforming the ocean from a place of calm exploration into a realm of challenge and mystery. The first glimpse of an ocean monument is breathtaking. Its green prismarine blocks shimmer faintly in the underwater light, its architecture symmetrical yet alien. Lanterns glow softly, illuminating entryways that seem both welcoming and foreboding. The monument stands as though it has been there forever, untouched by time or tide, waiting for explorers to draw near. It feels less like a natural structure and more like a deliberate creation, a temple or fortress built for reasons we cannot fully understand. Guardians are the sentinels of these monuments. Small, angular fish covered in spines, they swim with jerky, deliberate motions, their single eye tracking intruders with uncanny focus. When they attack, a beam of energy charges and releases, striking with precision. Their movements are unsettling, not fluid like other fish, but mechanical, as though they are living machines designed for one purpose alone: defense. Their presence makes the waters around a monument feel alive, as though the structure itself is watchful, aware of every swimmer who approaches. The guardian's eye is their most distinctive feature. Large, round, and unblinking, it follows players through the water with unnerving persistence. When several guardians lock their gaze upon you, it feels as though the ocean itself is staring back, as though you are no longer a visitor but a trespasser. Their sharp spines, which extend outward when struck, reinforce this feeling. To touch a guardian is to be hurt, a reminder that they are not passive creatures but active protectors, hostile to any who disturb their home. Elder guardians are larger, stronger, and far more intimidating. They are found within the deepest chambers of the monuments, where they patrol with slow, deliberate movements. Their bodies are massive, their beams powerful, and their gaze even more oppressive. Elder guardians are tied to the status effect known as mining fatigue, which strikes players as soon as they draw too near. This effect slows the swing of tools, making it almost impossible to break blocks or escape quickly. It feels as though the monument itself resists intrusion, as though the walls and stones conspire with the guardians to keep secrets hidden. The architecture of the monuments deepens the mystery. Hallways stretch in symmetrical patterns, chambers branch outward, and central rooms hold treasure chambers filled with gold blocks. The design feels intentional, as though built by intelligent hands. And yet, there are no villagers, no illagers, no builders present. Who constructed these temples? Why do guardians defend them with such intensity? Were they once places of worship, shrines to forgotten deities of the sea, or are they prisons, holding within their walls secrets too dangerous to be revealed? Prismarine itself adds to the sense of strangeness. This shimmering green stone shifts in color depending on the angle and the light, creating the impression of something alive, something that breathes with the ocean's pulse. Lanterns made from sea crystals glow with steady, cool light, softer than torches, more natural in the underwater world. These blocks feel unique, as though they were never meant for the surface, as though they belong only in the depths, tied forever to the monuments and their guardians. The loot of ocean monuments also reflects their mystery. Gold blocks hidden in the heart of the structure suggest wealth and ritual, as though the builders hoarded precious metal for offerings or sustenance. Sponges, found in certain chambers, absorb water and reveal secrets when dried. Their presence suggests practicality, as though the builders sought to control the ocean itself. Every item within the monument feels symbolic, as though each was placed with purpose. Legends among players often imagine that ocean monuments are remnants of an ancient civilization, one that lived beneath the waves, long before villages dotted the plains or temples rose in deserts. Perhaps this civilization worshipped the sea, building temples to honor its power. Perhaps they created the guardians as living constructs, machines infused with life to protect their shrines for eternity. Over time, the builders may have vanished, but their creations remained, carrying out their duties endlessly, unaware that their masters were gone. Others see the monuments as prisons rather than temples. The elder guardians, larger and more powerful, could be seen as wardens, ensuring that whatever is sealed within remains untouched. The treasure chamber of gold could be symbolic, not a reward but a lure, tempting explorers to risk their lives against the guardians. In this interpretation, the monuments are warnings, their symmetrical designs not just beautiful but functional, built to contain a force that must never escape. Yet, for all their danger, the monuments are beautiful places. Swimming through their halls with careful preparation, one cannot help but feel awe. The soft glow of lanterns, the slow drift of guardians through corridors, the echo of water filling every corner, it creates an atmosphere unlike any other in Minecraft. The monuments feel alive, yet hushed, a place where the ocean itself seems to whisper secrets into the stillness. In dreams, the guardians soften. Their beams become lines of light, painting the water with gentle patterns. Their eyes, instead of hostile, become calm, guiding lights in the deep. The elder guardians drift like whales, slow and ancient, their size no longer threatening but majestic. The monument itself glows faintly, its prismarine blocks pulsing with a rhythm like a heartbeat, as though it is not a ruin but a living temple, watching over the ocean with patient care. To sleep with thoughts of the ocean monument is to sink slowly into the depths, the water cool and still around you. Guardians swim at a distance, their movements steady, their eyes glowing softly in the blue. The monument rises like a mountain beneath the waves, its halls filled with secrets, its chambers echoing with silence. You wander through it, not in fear, but in wonder, listening to the ocean's lullaby, letting its steady rhythm carry you deeper and deeper into calm. The oceans of Minecraft are vast and deep, stretching across the world in endless waves. On the surface they seem calm, dotted with kelp forests and coral reefs, but beneath lies another story, one of loss, mystery, and haunting presences that drift in the dark. Among the most unsettling of these are the drowned, undead remnants of those who met their end beneath the waves. Alongside them, the wreckage of ships lies buried in sand or resting on the ocean floor, silent markers of journeys that never reach their end. Together, the drowned and the shipwrecks create a tapestry of lore that fills the oceans with memory. The drowned are unlike any other zombie, where normal zombies stumble across the land, grunting and groaning in endless pursuit. The drowned move with eerie weightlessness, their bodies swaying as they drift through the water. Their skin is pale and green, their clothing tattered, their movements slow but relentless. They reach out with rotting hands, their hollow eyes glowing faintly in the deep. Though they attack like their land-bound cousins, there is something mournful about them, as though each drowned remembers, in some faint way, the moment they sank below the surface. Some drowned carry weapons. Tridents, rare and powerful, gleam faintly in the darkness, thrown with surprising speed and accuracy. These tridents are among the most mysterious items in the game, for they cannot be crafted, only found. Each trident in the hands of a drowned suggests a story perhaps once wielded by sailors, warriors of the sea, or guardians of ships long lost. Now, these weapons remain as relics, passed into the hands of the drowned, their power corrupted but not diminished. To be struck by a trident beneath the water is to feel the echo of battles long forgotten, a clash of past lives carried forward through undeath. Shipwrecks reinforce these echoes. Scattered across oceans and beaches, these structures resemble the remains of great voyages brought to ruin. Their wooden hulls lie broken, their sails gone, their decks covered in kelp and coral. Some rest on their sides, others upside down, as though the ocean itself overturned them in a storm. Within their chests are treasures that hint at their purpose. maps leading to buried riches, food supplies, clothing, or rare items that suggest trade. Each shipwreck feels like a story frozen in time, the journey of sailors cut short, their fate sealed beneath the waves. The connection between drowned and shipwrecks is hard to ignore. It is easy to imagine that the drowned are the very sailors who once crewed those ships, cursed to wander the depths forever. Their pale forms drifting through kelp forests could be the remnants of crews lost to storms, raids, or battles with creatures of the sea. Each drowned carrying a trident might once have been a protector of the vessel, standing on its deck as waves crashed, now reduced to a restless spirit below. This idea turns the oceans into haunted graveyards, where every drowned is a reminder of a voyage that never reached its harbor. Underwater ruins further deepen this sense of loss. Stone structures, covered in moss and seaweed, lie scattered across the seabed, filled with cracked chests and remnants of civilization. These ruins, paired with shipwrecks, suggest that the oceans once teemed with life and culture, with towns and ports that now lie forgotten. The drowned may be their descendants, cursed by the sea, transformed by endless time beneath the waves. Their presence makes the ocean feel ancient, not empty, a place of stories too heavy to rise to the surface. The drowned also carry the eerie habit of surfacing at night. When darkness falls, they crawl from the ocean, stumbling onto beaches and rivers, groaning as they wander the shorelines. This behavior ties them to both land and sea, blurring the boundary between worlds. On land, they move like zombies, but their dripping forms and occasional tridents remind us that they belong to the depths. Their surfacing feels like yearning, a reaching back toward the life they lost, a desire to walk the land again, even if only for a night. The trident itself has lore beyond the drowned. It carries enchantments tied to the ocean, loyalty, which recalls it when thrown, riptide, which propels the user through water, channeling, which calls down lightning during storms. Each enchantment suggests mastery of the sea, as though the trident was always meant to belong to those who ruled the waves. That the drowned now wield them feels like irony, a corruption of something once noble. The trident's power becomes not a blessing, but a reminder of loss, as though the ocean has claimed its weapon and refuses to release it. Shipwreck loot, too, tells quiet stories. Books and maps tucked into chests speak of knowledge and destinations never reached. Emeralds and gold suggest trade routes, wealth flowing from distant lands. Food and tools tell of ordinary life, aboard bread for meals, compasses to guide. When players recover these treasures, they feel not just like loot, but like relics. Each chest is a time capsule, each shipwreck a frozen chapter of a story without an ending. By exploring them, players take part in these forgotten tales, carrying fragments of history back to the surface. Legends among players imagine that drowned are not only the victims of shipwrecks, but also guardians of the treasures below. Their hostility could be seen as defense, an instinct to protect what remains of their ships and ruins. In this view, they are less monsters and more mourners, bound to keep watch over the past, even as their own humanity has faded away. Their attacks, then, are not aimless violence but desperate attempts to keep intruders from disturbing what they cannot leave behind. In dreams, however, the drowned are gentler. Their slow drifting becomes a dance, their groans a low hum like the song of the ocean itself. Shipwrecks become not graves, but resting places, sanctuaries where stories are preserved. The tridents they hold glow faintly, not as weapons but as beacons, guiding travelers through the darkness of the deep. In this softer light, the drowned are no longer cursed, but caretakers, silent stewards of the ocean's memory, ensuring that nothing is truly forgotten. To fall asleep with thoughts of the drowned and shipwrecks is to imagine yourself drifting gently downward through the water, the waves muffled above, the seabed rising below. A shipwreck rests quietly, its wooden beams softened by coral, its chest waiting in silence. Around it, drowned move slowly, their eyes glowing, their forms swaying with the tide. They do not frighten, but simply watch, guardians of the past. You pass through their world not as an intruder, but as a guest, welcomed into the ocean's memory. And as you rest in this dreamlike current, you drift deeper into sleep, carried by the steady, eternal rhythm of the sea. The oceans of Minecraft are not all darkness and ruin. In some waters, sunlight pierces the depths, filling the sea with color and life. Coral reefs spread outward in radiant clusters, their blocks glowing in shades of red, blue, yellow, and purple. Tropical fish dart among the coral, their scales glimmering in patterns as vibrant as the reef itself. The water feels alive here, teeming with movement, sound, and brightness. It is a place of beauty, a rare reminder that the oceans can be as joyful as they are mysterious. The coral reefs, though bright, feel timeless. Each block of coral is fragile, dependent on the water around it to survive. When removed or left dry, it withers, turning into lifeless gray. This fragility speaks to the nature of beauty in Minecraft, temporary, delicate, something to be appreciated in the moment rather than hoarded. Players who come across these reefs often pause to take in the colors, the way schools of fish move together, the way dolphins leap gracefully nearby. The coral reminds us that not all stories are heavy with mystery. Some are simply about life blossoming in quiet corners of the world. Yet even near the reefs, the shadows of deeper lore wait. Farther into the ocean, rising from the seabed, lie the great sea temples, the ocean monuments. Though we have touched on them before, they remain worth lingering upon, for their presence ties beauty and danger together. A reef may bloom with brightness, but not far away a monument looms, its green prismarine walls cold and unyielding, guarded by creatures that never sleep. The contrast between reef and monument is striking, one a celebration of color, the other a fortress of silence. Together, they tell two halves of the ocean's story, life and memory, joy and loss. Coral itself feels almost magical. Though it has no powers in the mechanical sense, its role in the ocean is profound. Fish gather around it, turtles swim past it, dolphins weave between its branches. It feels like the heart of the sea, a place where life gathers, where movement never stops. In the stillness of the game's night, when the surface grows dark and phantoms fly above, the coral reefs remain glowing havens below, untouched by shadows. To watch them is to be calmed, as though the ocean is whispering that life continues, that the cycle of beauty does not end. The sea temples, however, tell another story. Their very existence raises questions. Who built them? Why prismarine, a material found nowhere else in such abundance? Why fill their halls with guardians, tireless watchers that strike with beams of energy, and why, in their heart, treasure chambers of gold? Some say the temples are shrines to forgotten gods of the sea, places where ancient builders left offerings. Others say they are prisons, built not to worship but to contain, their guardians less priests than wardens. Whatever the truth, the monuments remain silent, refusing to explain themselves, allowing only speculation. The elder guardians in particular feel tied to this deeper story. Their power to inflict mining fatigue seems symbolic, as though they are not only attacking intruders but also defending the monument itself from being broken apart. To swim within a temple's halls is to feel resistance, the structure itself unwilling to yield. In dreams, it is easy to imagine that the guardians were once created by the coral reefs themselves, as protectors born from the sea's living beauty, hardened into warriors to defend what is sacred. The contrast between coral and prismarine is meaningful. Coral is fragile, living, and fleeting. Prismarine is solid, enduring, and unchanging. Coral flourishes brightly but dies when removed. Prismarine lasts forever, its colors shifting subtly but never fading. Together, they create a story of the sea's dual nature, joy and sorrow, growth and memory, life and stone. To drift between reef and temple is to drift between two worlds, one filled with fish and playfulness, the other with silence and watchfulness. Legends told among players often tie the two together. Some imagine that the ancient builders of the temples once lived among coral reefs, drawing inspiration from the sea's brightness before turning to its darker depths. Perhaps they saw the fragility of coral and sought permanence, building their monuments to outlast time itself. Others believe the guardians themselves are corrupted coral, their angular forms echoing the sharp branches of reefs, transformed by magic or ritual into living constructs of stone and light. In either tale, the reefs and monuments are not separate but bound together, two chapters of the same oceanic story. The treasure of the sea temples, gold hidden behind walls of prismarine, speaks of ritual. Gold in Minecraft has always carried symbolic weight, less useful than iron, less powerful than diamond, yet tied to wealth, enchantment, and beauty. To hoard it within temples feels ceremonial, as though the builders offered it not for practical gain but as tribute. When players uncover these blocks, the act feels less like looting and more like trespassing, as though something sacred has been disturbed. And yet, just as coral reminds us of life's fragility, the temples remind us of life's mysteries. They are not there to be fully understood, but to be felt. The guardians may attack, the elder guardians may inflict their curse, but the temples remain quiet even as their halls are disturbed. Their silence is the silence of the sea itself, endless and patient. In dreams, the coral and temples merge. Bright reefs glow against the green of prismarine. Guardians drift peacefully alongside tropical fish, and the elder guardians hum softly like whales. Gold glitters not as treasure but as decoration, reflecting sunlight into golden beams across the water. In this dreamlike sea, there is no conflict between life and stone, only harmony, as though the ocean holds both joy and solemnity within itself, balanced and whole. To sleep with thoughts of coral and sea temples is to float gently in water that is neither too dark nor too bright, but somewhere in between. You drift above reefs alive with color, then glide toward monuments quiet and eternal. The fish swim with you, guardians watch from a distance, and the ocean itself feels endless yet welcoming. You breathe slowly, steadily, the sound of the sea soft in your ears, and as the current carries you deeper, your mind rests too, finding stillness in the balance between beauty and mystery. Far below the surface of the overworld, past layers of stone and caverns filled with echoing silence, lies one of the most secret structures in all of Minecraft, the Stronghold. These ancient fortresses are not easily found, nor do they reveal themselves willingly. They are hidden within the earth like forgotten memories, vast complexes of halls and chambers waiting quietly for those who seek them. The strongholds are places of wonder and dread, gateways to another dimension, and their lore whispers of a civilization that reached beyond the limits of the world. The first glimpse of a stronghold is unforgettable. You may be mining through stone, following the quiet trail of an eye of ender, when suddenly the walls around you shift from rough rock to smooth stone bricks. Staircases descend into shadow, doorways open into silent rooms, and iron bars line the halls as though to guard against something. The silence here feels different from that of caves not empty, but deliberate. The stronghold was built with intention, and though its builders are gone, their design still lingers. Stone bricks are the hallmark of these structures. Cracked, mossy, and weathered, they line the corridors and give the stronghold a sense of age. Each texture tells a story. Cracked bricks speak of times passing. Mossy bricks hint at water seeping in from the world above, while clean bricks show the structure's original form. Together, they form a mosaic of history, a reminder that the stronghold has stood for ages, enduring even as the overworld changed around it. Doors open into rooms of varying purpose. Some are libraries, filled with bookshelves that stretch toward the ceiling, their contents long gone, but their presence suggesting knowledge and study. Others are simple stone chambers, their uses lost to time. Sometimes wells or fountains appear, water still flowing as though maintained by unseen hands. Each room feels purposeful yet abandoned, leaving players to wonder who once walked these halls, what they sought to protect or discover, and why they left no trace of themselves behind. The libraries are especially striking. Tall, narrow, and lined with shelves, they hold scattered cobwebs that catch the dim light, spinning delicate patterns in the stillness. The bookshelves suggest a culture that valued knowledge, perhaps one that recorded histories, maps, or rituals tied to the stronghold's greater purpose. Though the books are gone, their absence is as telling as their presence might have been. It is as though the knowledge was lost or deliberately erased, leaving only silence where once there were words. At the heart of every stronghold lies the most mysterious structure of all, the end portal room. Entering this chamber feels different from all others. A staircase descends into a sunken room where lava bubbles softly in a pool below. Silverfish spawners wait silently on their pedestals, ready to release their tiny guardians if disturbed. And above, resting on a frame of 12 blocks, lies the dormant end portal, its empty eyes gazing back like windows waiting to be filled. The portal frame is unbreakable in survival, a deliberate and permanent structure. Each block contains an inset socket designed to hold an eye of ender. When enough eyes are placed, the frame stirs, and a black, star-flecked surface spreads across the center, opening the gateway to the end. This is the stronghold's true purpose, a passage to another dimension, a place beyond the overworld, the home of the Ender Dragon. To stand before the empty frame is to feel the weight of destiny, as though countless explorers have come before, pausing at the same threshold. The silverfish that guard the portal are small but significant. They are not dangerous in great numbers, yet their sudden appearance from hidden blocks or spawners can surprise and overwhelm. Their presence in the portal room is symbolic, as though even the smallest creatures are devoted to defending the gateway. Some imagine that silverfish are remnants of the builders themselves, reduced to tiny guardians of stone, their purpose narrowed to endless watchfulness. Others see them as pests, drawn by the magic of the portal, forever tied to its energy. Either way, they add to the unease of the room, a reminder that the portal is not meant to be approached lightly. The design of the stronghold raises endless questions. Who built it? Why place the portal underground, hidden from all? Why scatter strongholds across the world, rather than placing them in one location? Theories abound. Some players believe the strongholds were built by an ancient race of builders, the same who constructed villages, temples, and perhaps even ocean monuments. Others see them as prisons, designed to contain the portal and prevent the end from spilling into the overworld. Still others believe they were sanctuaries, built by people who sought escape, hoping to flee their world through the gateway. The presence of libraries reinforces the idea of purpose. These were not hastily constructed fortresses, but places of thought and planning. Perhaps the builders studied the end, recording observations and theories about the dragon and its realm. Perhaps they researched the eyes of Ender, experimenting with the magic required to open the portal. The silence of the libraries now feels heavy, as though the answers are close but just out of reach, hidden within pages that no longer exist. In dreams, the strongholds soften. Their stone corridors glow faintly, moss turning into soft green carpets, cracked bricks becoming textured mosaics. The libraries are filled once more, their shelves heavy with books that hum gently like lullabies. The portal frame shimmers not with danger but with invitation, its eyes glowing like stars in the night sky. The silverfish, instead of swarming, scurry playfully, harmless companions in the silence. The stronghold becomes less a ruin and more a sanctuary, a place to rest rather than to fear. To sleep with thoughts of the stronghold is to imagine yourself walking through stone corridors that echo with quiet footsteps. The walls are cool to the touch, the air still, the silence profound. You pass through libraries, stairwells, and chambers, each one whispering of stories untold. At last, you reach the portal room, its lava casting warm light on the walls, the frame waiting patiently. You look into the empty sockets, and they look back, not as threats but as stars in the distance. And slowly, gently, you step back, letting the portal remain dormant, content to rest among the secrets of the stone. In the quiet halls of Minecraft's strongholds, among the cracked stone bricks and the dusty libraries, there is a presence that feels both small and persistent. These are the silverfish, tiny insect-like creatures that hide within the walls themselves. Though they are among the smallest hostile mobs in the game, their presence is unforgettable. They scurry quickly, bite sharply, and often arrive in swarms, surprising explorers who thought themselves alone. The silverfish are not mighty like the warden, nor vast like the dragon. Yet they hold a place of deep significance, for they are tied to the stones of the stronghold and the portal to the end itself. The silverfish's most distinctive trait is its ability to hide inside blocks of stone bricks, cracked bricks, and other special forms of stone found in strongholds and mountains. When disturbed, these blocks break, and the silverfish bursts forth, darting toward the player with uncanny speed. At first glance, it is simply an inconvenience, a pest meant to startle and distract. But when considered more carefully, this ability feels symbolic, as though the very walls of the stronghold are alive, watching and waiting. The stronghold is not merely stone, it is guarded from within, every block a possible hiding place for a vigilant creature. The silverfish itself is small, barely half a block in size, its body thin and segmented, its movement quick and unsettling. It crawls with twitching motions, darting toward its target with determination. On its own, it is not much of a threat, dealing only a small amount of damage. Yet, silverfish are rarely alone. When one is disturbed, it can awaken others hidden in nearby blocks, summoning a swarm that grows quickly. What was once a quiet corridor can suddenly fill with skittering bodies, the sound of stone breaking echoing through the halls. The panic this creates is often more dangerous than the creatures themselves, for surprise and swiftness are their greatest weapons. Their presence in the portal room is especially significant. Near the end portal frame, there is often a silverfish spawner, quietly humming until disturbed. From this cage, wave after wave of silverfish can be released, turning the approach to the portal into a gauntlet of movement and distraction. The symbolism here is powerful. The smallest creatures are given the greatest duty to protect the threshold to another world. While players may prepare for mighty battles with the dragon, their first challenge at the gateway is not strength, but persistence against creatures of patience and surprise. Some players imagine the silverfish as remnants of the stronghold's original builders, reduced to tiny forms that cling to the stones they once shaped. Others see them as parasites, creatures born from the magic of the portal, drawn to its power like moths to a flame. Their ability to merge with stone makes them feel less like animals and more like extensions of the stronghold itself, as though the fortress has grown guardians from its own walls. In this way, the silverfish become symbols of devotion, small, unnoticed, but always present, always watchful. Though they are hostile in the game, silverfish in a softer light take on a gentler character. Their quick scurrying becomes playful, their swarming a reminder of community rather than menace. Imagine them not as pests but as caretakers, darting through the cracks to tend to the stronghold, repairing blocks, cleaning dust from shelves, ensuring the portal remains undisturbed until the right traveler arrives. In dreams, the silverfish hum softly as they move, their bodies glowing faintly in the dark halls, like sparks of starlight scattered through stone. Their ties to the end make them even more mysterious. Why are they the only mob to appear in the portal room's spawner? Why are they linked to infested blocks, as though bred from stone itself? Some theories suggest that silverfish are scouts of the end, small fragments of its energy seeping into the overworld through the portal. Others believe they are guardians left behind, tiny but endless, to ensure that only the worthy reach the dragon. Whatever their origin, they occupy a unique place in the game's lore, humble yet deeply connected to one of Minecraft's greatest journeys. The sound of silverfish scurrying is part of their power. In the silence of a stronghold, their sudden clicks and scratches echo loudly, unsettling players who thought the halls were empty. That sound lingers, carrying a weight beyond their size. It is as though the stronghold itself is shifting, stone cracking and giving birth to movement. Even after the silverfish are gone, the memory of their noise remains, leaving the explorer more cautious, more aware that danger may lie hidden in the walls. Silverfish also appear rarely outside strongholds, in mountain biomes where infested stone can be found. This scattering suggests that they are not confined to the strongholds alone, but are tied more broadly to stone itself. They are creatures of the rock, emerging wherever the world is most ancient and unyielding. Their presence in mountains reinforces their symbolism as watchers, always near the oldest and most mysterious parts of the world. The connection between mountain peaks and deep strongholds creates a circle, suggesting that silverfish are threads woven throughout the fabric of Minecraft's history. In softer imaginings, silverfish become dreamlike companions. Picture them glowing faintly, not unlike fireflies in the night. They scurry playfully through stone corridors, brushing past your feet but never biting, their numbers comforting rather than threatening. The stronghold becomes alive with their quiet movements, as though you are walking through a living library where every wall hums with activity. In this vision, the silverfish are not pests but caretakers of memory, each one carrying a fragment of the past, ensuring that the stronghold never falls into true silence. To sleep with thoughts of silverfish is to imagine yourself deep underground, the stone cool around you, the halls stretching endlessly. From the cracks, small glowing shapes emerge, scurrying softly, their sounds gentle rather than harsh. They move with purpose, surrounding you not with menace, but with care. The portal room awaits in the distance, its frame resting still, the silverfish tending it patiently. You walk among them without fear, your footsteps joining the quiet rhythm of their scurrying. Slowly, the movement becomes like a lullaby, the sound of many tiny feet creating a steady pattern that eases the mind. The stronghold breathes with life, the silverfish whispering that you are safe, that the stones will watch over you as you drift into sleep. Deep within the stronghold, past the winding halls of stone bricks, past the cobwebs of empty libraries and the echo of silverfish, lies the heart of mystery, the end portal room. To stumble into it feels different from any other discovery in Minecraft. The chamber opens like a breath held for centuries, its walls silent, its lava pool glowing faintly below, and in the center, resting on its indestructible frame, the unlit portal waits. The frame is made of 12 blocks, each one inset with a hollow space, like sockets that yearn to be filled. These are the places for eyes of Ender, those curious objects crafted from pearls of Enderman and the blazing fire of the Nether. As the eyes are placed, one by one, the frame stirs, and at last the empty sockets glow, forming a dark, star-filled surface that stretches like a window into the void. It is a moment of quiet awe. The portal hums softly, its blackness speckled with white light, like the night sky condensed into stone. It is beautiful, yet daunting, a threshold that offers no promise of return. Standing before the completed portal, many players pause. They look at the swirling stars, at the abyss that waits beyond, and they hesitate. Unlike Nether portals, which shimmer with purple energy and can be entered freely, the end portal feels final. To step through is to commit, to leave behind the familiar and enter a world of silence and shadow. The stronghold, which seemed vast and mysterious before, now feels small in comparison to what lies ahead. The eyes of Ender themselves carry meaning. Each one is born from two sources: the pearl of an Enderman, a creature tied to teleportation and mystery, and blaze powder, taken from the fiery guardians of the Nether. One ingredient comes from the shadows, the other from flames, and together they form a key to the stars. The symbolism is striking to open the path to the end. The traveler must combine darkness and fire, void and flame, shadow and light. The portal is not just a doorway, but a balance, created by uniting pieces of opposite worlds. When the portal ignites, the silence of the room deepens. The lava below bubbles softly, casting warm light against the cold glow of the portal. Silverfish scurry, disturbed by the shift. The stone bricks hold still, as though waiting, and the traveler is left to decide. Do they step forward? Do they enter the unknown? The moment stretches like a held breath, the weight of the journey pressing gently, patiently, urging but never forcing. To pass through the portal is to fall. The screen darkens, the world fades, and suddenly the player is standing on obsidian in the middle of the void. Around them, the end stretches into infinite blackness, its sky endless, its ground formed of pale end stone. Far in the distance, obsidian towers rise, topped with glowing crystals that hum with energy. And circling high above, wings outstretched, the Ender Dragon waits. The first steps into the end are unforgettable. The silence is nearly absolute, broken only by the distant flapping of wings or the echoing gaze of the Endermen who wander across the pale landscape. The obsidian towers loom like monuments, their crystals pulsing with healing light. The void yawns beyond the island's edge, infinite and unyielding. There is no sun, no moon, no stars, only the black sky flecked with faint glimmers, like the surface of the portal itself stretched across the heavens. It feels both vast and suffocating, an endless realm with no horizon and no hope of escape save for victory. The end portal, then, is not only a doorway but a promise of trial. It leads not to riches or comfort, but to a final confrontation, a climactic test of endurance and courage. Yet even within its danger, there is beauty. The quiet of the end is meditative, its emptiness soothing in a strange way. The pale stone glows softly, the towers rise with solemn symmetry, and the void stretches endlessly, an invitation to reflect. To walk in the end is to feel small, yet also connected to something infinite, as though stepping not just into another dimension but into a dream. Legends and theories about the end portal abound. Some say the ancient builders of the strongholds discovered it by accident, stumbling upon the energy of the void and shaping it into a gateway. Others believe they built it deliberately, a desperate attempt to flee the overworld or to reach something greater beyond. Still others suggest the portal was always there, seeded into the world by powers unknown, and the builders merely found and decorated it, leaving behind their libraries in a futile attempt to understand what they had uncovered. The finality of the end portal is perhaps its most powerful feature. Once entered, there is no turning back without triumph or death. This weight adds meaning to the journey. Every item carried, every piece of armor worn, every enchanted blade or bow becomes part of a story culminating in this step. It is not just a portal, but a threshold of destiny, demanding preparation, patience, and courage. In dreams, however, the end portal is softer. Its starry surface glows warmly, like a night sky reflected in still water. The fall through it is not a plunge but a gentle drift, as though the traveler is floating downward into sleep. The obsidian towers become tall spires of crystal, their beams of light humming softly like a lullaby. The ender dragon glides peacefully above, not a predator but a guardian, circling endlessly in the quiet sky. The endermen wander silently, their movements slow and graceful, as though performing a ritual dance. To rest with thoughts of the end portal is to imagine yourself standing before it, the lava crackling gently, the silverfish scurrying softly nearby. The eyes of Ender glow like constellations, each one a star in a galaxy waiting beyond. You step closer, your reflection caught in the black surface, your own image fading into the void. And then, slowly, you lean forward, letting the portal's calm night sky wrap around you. You drift downward, gently and without fear, carried into the soft emptiness of the end, where silence becomes comfort and the stars sing quietly in the dark. When you step through the end portal and face the dragon's domain, it can be easy to believe that this dimension is nothing more than the central island, its obsidian towers, and the endless void. But beyond the battle, past the dragon's watchful gaze, lies something far stranger and more beautiful: the floating end islands. These distant lands, reachable only after the dragon has been defeated, expand the end into a vast and dreamlike realm, scattered across the void like stepping stones of another world. The first glimpse of these islands often comes through the shimmering gateways that appear when the dragon falls. Tiny portals, framed by bedrock and topped with a single torch, open into the void. They are narrow, almost too small to pass through, and yet they lead to entire regions of mystery. To peer into them is to see a faint flicker of another place, a patch of end stone glowing softly, a hint of chorus plants rising like strange trees. To step through is to leave behind the battlefield and enter a quieter part of the end. The islands themselves float like fragments of a shattered world. Each is formed from end stone, pale yellow and softly glowing, stretching in uneven shapes across the void. Some are wide and expansive, while others are no more than narrow bridges or lonely platforms suspended in emptiness. They seem to drift, though they never move, as though the void holds them in place with invisible threads. Walking across them feels otherworldly. There is no horizon, no sky to measure by, only blackness stretching infinitely in every direction, broken only by the pale glow of the land beneath your feet. What grows upon these islands is unlike anything else in Minecraft. Chorus plants rise tall and branching, their stems twisting upward before splitting into strange forks tipped with glowing fruit. These plants look more like coral than trees, yet they thrive in the barren, and their colors a deep violet that stands out against the pale stone. When harvested, their chorus fruit can be eaten, and when consumed, it teleports the eater a short distance, as though tied to the void itself. This fruit feels symbolic, a reminder that the end is a place of shifting ground, of movement beyond control, where even food cannot be trusted to behave as expected. The chorus plants add life to the islands, but it is a life that feels alien. Their shapes are irregular, their colors unsettling, their behavior strange, and yet, in their oddness, they are beautiful. Wandering through a forest of chorus plants is like walking through a dreamscape where trees bend and twist in ways impossible in the overworld. The fruits hang like lanterns, glowing faintly in the dim light, offering sustenance in a place that should hold none. The chorus forests whisper of survival, of adaptation, of life that flourishes even at the edge of nothingness. But the greatest wonders of the End Islands are the cities that rise among them. End cities, towering structures of purple blocks and stone, stand as monuments to a civilization that once thrived here. Their bridges stretch between towers, their staircases wind upward into the dark, their banners flap silently though no wind stirs. They are defended by shulkers, strange box-like creatures that hide in shells and fire projectiles that cause levitation. To step into an end city is to step into ruins both majestic and unsettling, as though a people once built them but vanished without leaving a trace of themselves. The ships of the End add even more mystery. Floating just beyond some cities, these vessels hang in the air as though frozen mid-journey. Their hulls are carved from purpur, their decks neat and intact, their bows tipped with dragon heads that stare outward across the void. Within these ships lies some of the rarest treasure in Minecraft, elytra, the wings that allow players to glide. To find them feels like destiny fulfilled, as though the end itself offers a gift to those who braved its silence. The presence of ships suggests travel, movement, perhaps even trade a civilization that not only lived here but sailed through the void itself. The islands together paint a picture of a world once alive. Chorus forests, sprawling cities, and ships that never sailed again suggest a people who thrived in this strange dimension. And yet, they are gone. The Endermen who wander here may be remnants, their tall figures drifting silently among the ruins. Or perhaps the builders were something else entirely, long vanished and leaving behind nothing but stone and silence. The void gives no answers, only endless questions. Legends among players imagine the floating islands as the remnants of a shattered world. Perhaps the End was once whole, a great land that fractured into pieces and drifted into the void. The chorus plants could be survivors, growing wherever they found stone, clinging to life in a barren expanse. The cities could be ruins of that lost age, their ships once sailing across skies that no longer exist. If so, then the islands are not just places of exploration, but fragments of a forgotten story, scattered like dreams across the void. In softer imaginings, the islands are peaceful gardens. The chorus plants glow gently, swaying as though moved by an invisible breeze. The Endermen wander not in hostility but in meditation, their movements graceful, their eyes glowing softly in the dark. The cities stand not as ruins but as sanctuaries, their towers humming with quiet energy, their bridges glowing faintly like pathways of starlight. The void itself becomes less threatening, more like an endless night sky, its blackness soft and embracing, its silence a blanket of rest. To dream of the End Islands is to drift from one floating land to another, stepping carefully across bridges of pale stone, pausing beneath the twisting branches of chorus plants, gazing upward at towers that stretch endlessly into the dark. There is no danger here, only quiet, only mystery. The islands do not demand haste. They ask only that you wander, that you listen to the silence, that you let the void surround you until you feel its calm. To fall asleep with thoughts of the End Islands is to imagine yourself lying upon the pale stone, the void stretching endlessly around you, the chorus plants glowing faintly nearby. An End City rises in the distance, its towers silhouetted against the infinite night. Above, the stars of the portal's surface shimmer faintly, reminding you that every threshold is also a reflection of the sky. You close your eyes, the silence of the end wrapping around you, and drift into sleep as though carried by the islands themselves, floating forever in calm. At the center of the End, circling high above the obsidian towers, there is a presence unlike any other in Minecraft. Vast wings beat slowly in the silent air, casting long shadows across the pale stone below. Purple eyes glow against the darkness, unblinking and steady. This is the Ender Dragon, the final boss of the game, the guardian of the void, and a creature that feels at once ancient and eternal. To encounter it is to stand in the presence of something truly monumental, not merely another mob, but a being tied to the very heart of the End. The first time one looks up and sees the dragon swoop across the black sky, there is a sense of awe that lingers even in memory. Its body is long and angular, built from simple blocks, yet it carries weight and presence far greater than its form suggests. Its wings stretch wide, their flapping echoing in the stillness. Its roar pierces the silence, vibrating through stone and sky alike. This is not a creature of chance or accident. The Ender Dragon feels deliberate, a guardian placed here with purpose. The dragon's connection to the obsidian towers makes its role even clearer. Each tower holds a crystal, glowing with bright energy, pulsing like a heartbeat. These crystals heal the dragon, binding it to the End, and making it nearly impossible to defeat without first breaking the bonds. To face the dragon, then, is to dismantle the very structure of the End itself, climbing or shooting down the crystals one by one while the dragon circles above. The crystals feel like anchors, tying the dragon to its realm, feeding it energy, ensuring that the void will always have its champion. The battle itself is not only mechanical but symbolic. To defeat the dragon is to confront fear, to break through bonds of control, to challenge something that has always seemed unbeatable. It soars above, swoops down in attack, and breathes a purple haze of dragon's breath that lingers on the ground, burning any who step into it. This breath, lingering and corrosive, feels less like fire and more like the essence of the void itself, a reminder that the dragon is not just flesh and scale, but an extension of the End's strange power. For many players, the dragon represents the end of their Minecraft journey, the culmination of everything they have gathered and learned. They arrive with armor enchanted, with weapons prepared, with supplies carefully packed, All of their effort leads to this one battle, a test of endurance, skill, and patience. And yet, despite the danger, there is beauty in the fight. The dragon swoops gracefully, its movements rhythmic, almost like a dance across the dark sky. The crystals burst with light when shattered, sparks drifting down like falling stars. Even the roar, frightening at first, becomes part of the rhythm, a call and response between guardian and challenger. The lore of the Ender Dragon is left unexplained, but that silence invites imagination. Some believe it is the last of a once great species, a being that once ruled the skies of the End but now exists as the sole survivor. Others think it was created to guard the dimension, a sentinel born from the void itself to ensure that no intruder lingers. Still others tie it to the Endermen, imagining them as its servants, bound to follow the dragon's will. Whatever the truth, the dragon feels more than an enemy. It feels like a symbol of challenge, of endings, and of the unknown. When the dragon is finally defeated, the end changes. Its body shudders, its wings falter, and it bursts into light, scattering experience orbs that fall like glowing raindrops. A fountain of bedrock forms at the center of the island, and above it, a new portal appears, ringed with torches and filled with a shimmering surface. This portal leads back to the Overworld, a return home that feels earned, a reward for the courage to face the void. Upon the fountain's peak rests the dragon egg, a single, unhatched relic of what has been lost. The dragon egg is perhaps the most mysterious item in the game. It cannot be mined directly. It teleports when touched, slipping away like a shadow. To claim it requires patience and cleverness, as though the game itself insists that this relic not be taken lightly. The egg carries no power, no enchantment, no practical use, and yet its symbolism is profound. It suggests continuation, the possibility of rebirth, the hint that the dragon may not truly be gone. It is a reminder that even in endings, there are beginnings, and that mystery remains even after triumph. In dreams, the Ender Dragon is not frightening but majestic. Its wings spread wide like sails across the sky, carrying it gracefully through the void. It circles not in anger but in calm, its eyes glowing softly, its roar softened into a hum that vibrates like a lullaby. The crystals shine not as weapons but as lanterns, casting warm light across the island. The dragon egg glows faintly, pulsing with promise, as though within it lies not danger but hope. In this softer imagining, the dragon is less an enemy than a guardian of balance, a creature ensuring that the end remains timeless and whole. To rest with thoughts of the Ender Dragon is to imagine yourself standing on the end stone, looking upward as wings sweep across the sky. The void stretches endlessly, but the dragon is not a threat. It is a companion, a presence watching over you as you close your eyes. The crystals shine gently, the towers stand tall, the egg rests quietly on its pedestal. The silence of the end wraps around you, broken only by the steady rhythm of wings above. You breathe slowly, deeply, and as you drift into sleep, you feel as though you are carried on those wings, safe within the endless night. When wandering across the pale stone islands of the End, your eyes are soon drawn to something strange, almost unsettling, that rises in clusters across the land. Tall stalks stretch upward, bending and branching like frozen lightning, their surfaces a deep purple that stands in stark contrast against the pale end stone. At their tips grow bulbous, glowing pods that shimmer faintly in the dim light. These are the chorus plants, and they are unlike any other flora in Minecraft. The chorus plants grow in irregular shapes, never neat or uniform, as though each one has followed its own path of growth, uncaring of symmetry or order. Some rise straight and tall before splitting into branches that reach out like arms. Others twist and curve, curling as though responding to invisible winds that do not exist in the end. Their pods, when broken, drop chorus fruit small, shimmering fragments of sustenance that carry a strange magic within them. Eating a chorus fruit is unlike eating any other food in Minecraft. Instead of simply restoring hunger, the fruit causes the player to teleport a short distance, vanishing and reappearing nearby with no control over where they land. The sensation is disorienting yet oddly gentle, as if the fruit carries a piece of the void inside it. In practical terms, it is unpredictable. You might teleport to safety, or you might find yourself on the edge of a cliff, staring into the abyss. But within the lore of the end, this randomness feels symbolic. The chorus fruit represents the very nature of the end, uncertain, shifting, never entirely within one's control. The seeds of the chorus plant, known as chorus flowers, are what allow the plant to grow. When planted on end stone, they sprout into towering stalks that stretch toward the sky, branching and splitting in unpredictable ways. Unlike crops of the overworld, the chorus plants require no water, no sunlight, no tilled soil. They simply exist, thriving in the barren emptiness of the end. Their resilience suggests a form of life that has adapted perfectly to its environment, life that finds sustenance even in the void. The fruit's teleportation effect hints at a deeper mystery. Some players imagine that the chorus plant is tied directly to the void itself, that its roots stretch into unseen dimensions, drawing energy from realms beyond the end. Others see it as a kind of organic echo of Endermen, who themselves can teleport at will. The chorus fruit, in this interpretation, is a gift of the end, a reminder that space and distance are fluid in this strange dimension, never quite fixed as they are in the overworld. And yet, the chorus fruit is not the only guardian of these islands. Hidden among the towers of end cities, tucked away within purple walls, are strange beings known as shulkers. At first glance, they appear to be nothing more than decorative boxes, blending into the architecture as though they were carved from the same stone. But when approached, they open to reveal a single, glowing eye, and from within their shells, they launch projectiles that float lazily through the air before striking their target. The shulkers' projectiles do not deal ordinary damage. Instead, they inflict levitation, lifting the player into the air for a short time. At first, this might feel like a blessing to float upward, weightless, in the silent air of the end. But the effect is dangerous, for when it wears off, the player falls, often from great heights, risking injury or death. The levitation makes combat with shulkers uniquely tense, as players must time their movements carefully, avoiding projectiles or using the floating effect to their advantage. The shulkers themselves are strange to behold. Their shells resemble purple blocks, blending seamlessly into the cities where they dwell. They hide within their shells when threatened, impervious to most attacks, only opening briefly to fire. They are patient, quiet, and defensive rather than aggressive. They do not roam the end like Endermen or fly like the dragon. Instead, they remain in place, guarding the cities and towers as though stationed there deliberately. Defeating a shulker drops shulker shells, which can be crafted into shulker boxes, storage containers, unlike any other in Minecraft. A shulker box retains its contents even when broken, allowing players to carry vast amounts of items compactly. This ability feels magical, almost like bending the rules of space. The lore implication is fascinating. Perhaps the shulkers themselves are tied to dimensional storage, their bodies embodying the same strange magic that allows a chorus fruit to teleport its eater. Both the plants and the creatures hint at a world where space and distance do not behave as they should. The presence of shulkers within the cities raises questions. Were they placed there intentionally, guardians left behind by the builders of these tall towers? Or are they natural inhabitants of the end, drawn to the cities like hermit crabs to shells, making homes out of abandoned structures? Their stillness, their camouflage, and their defensive nature suggest that they are protectors rather than conquerors. They do not pursue, they do not wander, they wait, and they strike only when disturbed. Together, the chorus plants and the shulkers paint a picture of the end as a dimension of strangeness and defense. Life here does not flourish in abundance but in adaptation. The chorus plants grow in barren stone, feeding from unseen energy. The shulkers guard without moving, blending into their environment, their bodies themselves a source of magic. Both embody survival in a place that should not allow it. Both remind explorers that the end is not empty but full of secrets, subtle and quiet, waiting to be uncovered. In softer imaginings, the chorus forests sway gently as though moved by unseen breezes, their fruits glowing like lanterns in the dark. Shulkers, instead of enemies, are quiet sentinels, their shells like carved stone statues, their eyes watchful but not hostile. They stand as guardians of silence, ensuring that the end remains undisturbed. To walk among them is to step into a place where time does not move, where every sound echoes endlessly, where life itself has learned to exist in stillness. To fall asleep with thoughts of the chorus fruit and the shulkers is to imagine yourself standing on a floating island, a chorus plant towering above you, its fruit glowing softly like stars. In the distance, an end city rises, its towers purple against the void, and a shulker shell opens and closes like a heartbeat, patient and calm. You eat the fruit, and for a moment you drift, floating gently through the silence, weightless and serene. The shulker watches but does not strike. The void surrounds you, endless and quiet, and as you close your eyes, you feel yourself drifting into dreams, carried gently by the strange magic of the end. Among all the mysteries scattered across the Minecraft world, none stirs the imagination quite like the question of who came before. Strongholds lie buried deep underground, their stone bricks fitted with care, their libraries lined with shelves, their corridors twisting into endless halls. Desert temples stand in silence beneath the hot sun, their treasure rooms waiting untouched for centuries. Jungle temples hide behind curtains of vines, filled with traps and puzzles. Ocean monuments rest beneath the waves, their guardians still on watch. Ancient cities stretch in vast caverns, candles unlit and shriekers silent until disturbed. End cities loom in the void, their towers carved of strange materials unknown in the overworld. All of these structures suggest hands that once built them, minds that once designed them, and lives that once thrived among them. And yet, in the present world of Minecraft, those builders are gone. No villagers live in strongholds. No signs or writings remain in the temples. No statues tell their story. They have vanished, leaving behind only stone and silence. This absence has led players to imagine the ancient builders, a lost civilization that shaped the world before the arrival of today's explorers. The theory suggests that the remnants we find are not random structures, but the last echoes of a culture that rose, expanded, and eventually fell. These builders were the ones who carved strongholds into the rock, who raised monuments beneath the sea, who constructed the mysterious frames of portals that still puzzle us. The strongholds are perhaps the clearest evidence. They are vast and deliberate, built with stone bricks carved into arches and halls. Libraries within them hold shelves of books, though their pages are long gone. Their staircases lead to chambers where end portals wait, frames empty but ready, as though the builders had once used them. Why else would such portals exist, if not for those who came before? The strongholds suggest a people who not only lived but sought passage to another realm, perhaps fleeing from danger or seeking power beyond the overworld. Desert and jungle temples add another layer to the mystery. Their designs are ceremonial, their rooms filled with traps to deter intruders, their treasures buried deep within. They feel less like places of daily life and more like shrines, sacred sites where rituals were performed or offerings were made. Who were these temples built for? Were they places of worship for gods long forgotten? Or were they prisons, locking away dangerous relics that the builders feared might escape? The presence of pressure plates, arrows, and hidden mechanisms hints at a people both clever and cautious, determined to guard their secrets even after they were gone. The ocean monuments, massive and haunting, speak of a civilization that understood the sea. Their walls are made of prismarine, a material that glows faintly, shifting between shades of blue and green like waves in the water. Guardians and elder guardians still patrol these monuments, as though carrying out orders given long ago. Did the builders create these creatures, crafting living guardians from magic or technology to protect their underwater temples? Or did they tame the sea's natural inhabitants, binding them into service? The monuments feel purposeful, not random, suggesting a society that had mastered both architecture and the mysteries of the ocean. And then there are the ancient cities of the deep dark, built with reinforced deep slate, lined with candles and soul lanterns. They feel like the remnants of a once thriving population. Their shrines and central portals suggest ceremony, perhaps even religion. The warden's presence implies that something went terribly wrong, that skulk spread through their halls, consuming them and leaving only silence. Were the ancient builders responsible for their own downfall, delving too deep and awakening forces they could not control? Or were they victims of something older, something that consumed them without warning? End cities add the final piece to this haunting puzzle. They rise high above the void, their bridges stretching outward, their ships frozen in place. They are filled with treasures, unlike any found elsewhere: purple blocks, shulker guardians, and elytra wings. These structures suggest that the builders did not merely dwell in the overworld they traveled. They crossed through the end portal, reached the void, and built towers there. Perhaps the Ender Dragon itself was the obstacle they faced, standing as the final guardian against their expansion. Perhaps the shulkers were created as their protectors, left behind to defend the towers after the builders themselves vanished. The most haunting question remains: what happened to them? If the ancient builders were capable of such great works, why are they gone? Some believe they were destroyed by their own ambition, attempting to harness powers they did not understand. The skulk of the deep dark may be the evidence of this downfall, spreading like a plague after experiments went too far. Others believe they fled, stepping through the end portals and disappearing into the void, never to return. Still others imagine that they became the Endermen themselves, transformed, cursed, or evolved into the tall, wandering figures we see today, forever carrying blocks, as though remembering the building they once loved. The theory remains unconfirmed, and perhaps that is its greatest strength. By leaving the past unwritten, Minecraft allows each player to dream their own version of history. Some see the ancient builders as noble and wise, creating wonders that still inspire. Others imagine them as reckless and arrogant, bringing about their own destruction. Still others prefer to see them as tragic, a people caught between dimensions, lost to time but not forgotten. In softer imaginings, the ancient builders are not gone but sleeping. Their strongholds are not ruins but waiting halls, their temples not abandoned but sacred, their monuments still humming with energy. Perhaps they will return one day, stepping back into the overworld to continue what they began. Or perhaps they are content to rest in legend, their legacy preserved not in words but in stone, waiting for each new traveler to discover their story. To fall asleep with thoughts of the ancient builders is to imagine walking through their silent halls, torches glowing faintly on the walls, bookshelves whispering of knowledge lost, stone corridors echoing with footsteps that once were many. You trace your hand along carved bricks, feel the grooves left by chisels long gone, and sense that you are not the first to walk here, nor will you be the last. You close your eyes, the silence wrapping around you, and dream not only of what is, but of what once was, and what might still be. Across the wide biomes of Minecraft, far from the bustle of villages and the safety of home, two kinds of ruins stand as quiet reminders of a time long past. In the heat of the desert, where the sand stretches endlessly beneath a burning sun, the desert temple rises like a mirage pale sandstone shaped into a pyramid, its walls marked with bold orange terracotta symbols. And deep within the jungle, where vines drape over every surface and parrots chatter among the trees, the jungle temple waits in silence, its mossy stone bricks blending almost seamlessly into the forest around it. Both temples are places of mystery. They are not inhabited by villagers, nor are they explained by any story within the game. They simply exist, scattered through the world, filled with traps, treasure, and silence. Their very presence whispers of builders long forgotten, people who once designed these structures with care and left them behind as riddles for future explorers. The desert temple is the more recognizable of the two, its pyramid-like shape easily seen from a distance. Its walls are smooth, its orange terracotta symbols like watchful eyes against the pale sandstone. Entering through the central doorway, players descend into a chamber marked with 4 towering pillars, each rising toward the ceiling as though holding up the weight of the desert itself. Beneath the floor lies the true heart of the temple, a hidden chamber filled with chests of treasure, guarded not by creatures, but by a trap. At its center sits a pressure plate atop a block of stone, and beneath it rests a cache of TNT, waiting to explode if disturbed carelessly. This trap is simple yet elegant, a design that feels deliberate, as though the builders of the temple wanted to test or punish those who came seeking their treasures. To descend into the chamber safely requires caution. One must disarm the mechanism, break the plate, and retrieve the loot with steady hands. Those who rush are punished with destruction, the temple collapsing in a roar of fire and stone. It is as though the builders wanted their treasures to remain forever protected, only to be taken by those wise enough to move carefully. The treasures within vary, from gold and emeralds to enchanted books and rare items. Sometimes even the golden apple, or its rarer cousin, the enchanted golden apple, lies hidden within. These rewards feel ceremonial, as though the temple was not merely a monument but a shrine, a place where offerings were stored for reasons we no longer understand. Were these treasures gifts to the gods of the builders? Were they stored for emergencies, meant to sustain the people in times of famine or war? Or were they simply a lure, a way to ensure that those who entered learned the lesson of patience and caution? Far from the deserts, in the shadow of towering jungle trees, the jungle temple tells a different story. Unlike the grand pyramid shape of its desert cousin, The jungle shrine blends into its surroundings. Its walls are built of cobblestone and mossy stone bricks, their surfaces weathered and covered in vines. The temple almost disappears into the greenery, hidden among leaves and branches, as though it does not wish to be found. Inside, the jungle temple is smaller but no less mysterious. Its chambers are dim, lit only by shafts of sunlight that filter through the cracks in the ceiling. The walls are lined with levers, part of a puzzle that, when solved correctly, opens hidden chambers. For those who simply rush forward, tripwires strung across hallways activate dispensers filled with arrows, punishing the careless with sudden volleys. Like the desert temple, this structure is not just about treasure but about challenge. It demands thought, patience, and respect for the unknown. The treasure within jungle temples is often modest: gold, bones, enchanted books, emeralds, but the journey to claim it feels different. Unlike the desert temple, which presents an obvious trap to overcome, the jungle temple requires players to pause, to consider, to experiment with the levers and pathways. It feels less like a shrine and more like a test, a place designed to measure intelligence as well as bravery. Taken together, the desert and jungle temples suggest that the ancient builders had a culture steeped in ritual and challenge. These were not simply homes or storage rooms. They were monuments with meaning. The presence of traps implies that they expected intruders, or perhaps that they wanted their own people to prove themselves worthy before accessing the treasures inside. The treasures themselves suggest value placed on survival, wealth, and enchantment, items tied to life and protection. Why were these temples abandoned? Perhaps the desert temples were once places of worship, built in vast deserts where the sun ruled and sand shifted endlessly. Perhaps the jungle temples were sacred spaces where rituals were performed in the cool shade of the forest. Or perhaps both were built during times of desperation, when the builders scattered across the land, leaving behind caches of treasure and traps to safeguard them. The absence of people leaves only speculation, and the silence of the temples invites imagination. In softer imaginings, these temples are not ruins at all, but quiet sanctuaries. The desert temple stands tall against the horizon, its orange symbols glowing faintly at night like beacons of protection. Inside, the chamber hums softly, the treasure resting undisturbed, the trap no longer dangerous but ceremonial. The jungle temple, meanwhile, feels alive with the forest, its stones warm with moss, its levers puzzles meant not to harm but to teach. In these gentle dreams, the temples are places of meditation, where players can sit in silence, listening to the whisper of leaves or the shifting of sand, feeling the weight of history without fear. To fall asleep with thoughts of the temples is to imagine yourself resting inside one of these stone chambers. In the desert, the cool sandstone shelters you from the heat, the sky outside glowing with 1,000 stars. In the jungle, the vines hang like curtains, the calls of parrots fading into silence as night falls. The treasures remain locked away, but they do not matter. What matters is the peace, the stillness, the sense of being connected to something larger than yourself, a civilization long gone, yet still present in every block. You close your eyes, the weight of stone and time surrounding you, and drift into sleep, carried by the silence of the temples. Far beneath the rolling waves of Minecraft's oceans, hidden in the depths, where light fades into blue silence, lie vast and haunting structures known as ocean monuments. These immense buildings, constructed entirely of prismarine, glow faintly with shifting colors of green and turquoise, like stones carved from the sea itself. They rise from the ocean floor with a majesty that feels deliberate, their walls straight and strong, their passageways wide and echoing. To discover one while sailing the sea is to glimpse something alien yet beautiful. From the surface, only hints can be seen, a faint outline below the water, the suggestion of symmetry where none should exist. As you dive down through the cool blue, the monument reveals itself slowly, vast and imposing, its entrances guarded by silent figures. The stillness of the ocean gives way to the hum of mystery, and the structure seems alive, pulsing with quiet power. The monument is not abandoned. Within its walls, guardians patrol. These creatures are unlike any others in Minecraft, resembling fish yet mechanical, their bodies angular and covered in spines, their single central eye glowing with pale intensity. They swim in slow, deliberate circles, emitting strange sounds that echo through the water. When they notice intruders, they fire beams of energy that cut through the ocean like sunlight, burning and relentless. Their larger counterparts, the Elder Guardians, dwell deeper within the monument, moving with slow authority. They appear less like simple creatures and more like ancient wardens, their size immense, their presence heavy. Their gaze inflicts a strange affliction called mining fatigue, making tools feel sluggish and stone unbreakable. This effect alone suggests their purpose. They are protectors, designed to keep the monument sealed, its secrets safe from outsiders. The monuments themselves are labyrinths. Corridors twist and turn, some leading into chambers filled with sponge, others into vast halls where the Elder Guardians watch. The walls and floors are built from prismarine blocks in every shade, shimmering like scales beneath the light. Sea lanterns glow faintly, their soft white-blue light illuminating the watery halls with a calm yet eerie beauty. To wander inside is to feel as though you are walking within the ribs of a great beast, or exploring a temple long dedicated to gods of the sea. The presence of sponge rooms is particularly intriguing. Sponges are rare in Minecraft, their ability to absorb water unmatched. To find them stored here in abundance suggests intent. Perhaps the builders of the monuments collected them for survival, to control the ocean around them. Or perhaps the sponges were sacred, symbols of the sea's ability to both give and take, to flood and to cleanse. The guardians themselves may offer clues about the monument's origins. Were they created by the same ancient builders who raised strongholds and temples across the world? If so, these guardians may have been engineered, living machines designed to protect the treasures within. Their single eyes and beams of energy feel unnatural, crafted rather than born. Or perhaps they were born of the ocean itself, summoned or tamed by those builders to serve as eternal protectors of their monuments. The monuments contain gold hidden deep within, encased in dark prismarine, as though the builders left behind vaults of treasure at the heart of their structures. Gold is often associated with wealth, with ritual, or with offering. To bury it so carefully suggests that it was not meant to be casually taken. Perhaps it was a tribute to gods of the sea. Perhaps it was stored to fund future journeys. Or perhaps it was a test, waiting for brave adventurers to uncover it, guarded by the tireless eyes of the guardians. In the quiet of the ocean, it is easy to imagine that the monuments were once bustling sanctuaries, places where builders gathered to worship, to trade, or to rest during voyages across the endless sea. The guardians would have patrolled their waters not as enemies but as companions, keeping watch against danger. The sea lanterns would have glowed like stars in the depths, guiding travelers home. Now, all that remains are the empty halls, the flickering lanterns, and the guardians who continue their duty long after their masters are gone. In softer imaginings, the monuments are not hostile places but serene. The guardians drift lazily through the water, their beams glowing like soft rays of sunlight rather than weapons. The elder guardians move slowly but without menace, watching not with suspicion but with calm patience. The sea lanterns cast warm light across the halls, and the prismarine shimmers gently as currents drift past. To wander here in such a dream is to feel at peace, surrounded by the embrace of the sea, safe beneath its weight. To rest with thoughts of the ocean monuments is to imagine yourself drifting through their halls, the water cool and gentle, the lanterns glowing softly. The guardians watch but do not strike, their eyes calm, their spines unmoving. You swim through corridors lined with prismarine, your footsteps replaced by the hush of bubbles and currents. In the central chamber, the elder guardian drifts slowly, as ancient as the stone itself, its presence more protective than threatening. The silence of the ocean becomes a lullaby, its rhythm steady, its weight comforting. You float in the stillness, your eyes heavy, until sleep takes you like the tide. At the very heart of the ocean monuments, behind winding halls of prismarine and chambers glowing faintly with sea lantern light, there dwell beings larger and more solemn than their smaller kin. These are the elder guardians, immense creatures that move with the steady patience of centuries. They are not fast nor restless, but instead drift through their watery halls with an aura of weight and purpose. To meet an elder guardian is to feel not simply opposed but observed, as though the ocean itself has opened an eye to look directly into your soul. Elder guardians resemble their smaller counterparts in form, yet their size alone makes them distinct. They are longer, bulkier, and their spines jut out like the ridges of ancient coral hardened over time. Their great single eye glows with pale intensity, and when it locks onto you, there is no mistaking the feeling of being chosen, marked, set apart in their gaze. This gaze is not merely unsettling but powerful. To be seen by an elder guardian is to be slowed, weakened, your tools suddenly heavy in your hands. The mining fatigue they inflict spreads like a fog, seeping into every movement, reminding you that here, in these halls, you are not master, you are the intruder. Yet even in their hostility, there is a quiet dignity. The elder guardians do not chase you far from their home. They do not leave their monuments to wander the seas. Their purpose is fixed, their territory defined. They remain within the walls of prismarine, forever circling their chambers, as though they were bound to them not only by duty, but by identity. They are not predators in the wild sense. They are wardens, protectors, eternal watchers of a legacy that has long outlasted those who built the structures they guard. The placement of the elder guardians adds to their sense of authority. One is always found near the very top of the monument, swimming through chambers that look outward toward the sea, keeping watch from above. Another resides deep within, at the very core of the monument, its presence like a heart beating steadily in the depths. A third often lurks in wide hallways or chambers on the outer edges, as though to ensure no path is left unguarded. Together, the three form a trinity of protection, their positioning deliberate, their coverage complete. The mining fatigue they cast feels more symbolic than practical. It does not kill, nor does it wound directly. Instead, it halts progress, slowing explorers, forcing them to stop and reconsider. In this way, the elder guardians embody patience. They are not here to strike down swiftly, but to delay, to stall, to ensure that any who approach the monument must contend not only with enemies but with time itself. They force a pause, a moment of humility in the depths, reminding players that the sea cannot be conquered through haste. The treasures they protect are simple but meaningful. Vaults of gold buried deep within, sponges locked away in hidden rooms, and the monument itself, a structure of beauty unmatched elsewhere in Minecraft's oceans. The Elder Guardian's role is to ensure that these things are not taken lightly. To retrieve them, one must confront not just the smaller guardians, but the patient watch of their elders. It is as if the builders of the monuments entrusted their most valuable possessions, not to locks or doors, but to living beings who would never tire, never abandon their posts. This leads many to wonder, where did the Elder Guardians come from? Were they created by the ancient builders, engineered as living constructs of flesh and prismarine, powered by magic and duty? Or were they natural creatures of the sea, discovered and revered, then bound to these monuments as sacred protectors? Their strange mechanical appearance suggests design, yet their movements feel organic, as though they were always part of the ocean's rhythm. Perhaps they are both life shaped by intention, creatures born but also crafted, guardians of flesh but also of stone. Legends imagined by players often speak of the Elder Guardians as priests or kings of the sea, ancient beings who once led entire schools of guardians in defense of the monuments. In this view, the Elder Guardians are not merely larger versions of their kin but higher in rank, chosen to watch the most sacred chambers, their power drawn from the ocean itself. The mining fatigue they cast is then less a magical curse and more a divine decree, the weight of the sea pressing down upon intruders, reminding them that some places were never meant to be touched. In softer dreams, the Elder Guardians are not hostile at all, but wise and ancient beings who simply continue their eternal patrol. They drift slowly through their chambers, their spines swaying gently with the currents, their eyes glowing not in anger but in calm focus. They watch with patience, their presence more protective than threatening, ensuring that the monument remains undisturbed, that the silence of the sea remains whole. To swim alongside them in such a dream is to feel embraced by the ocean's depth, to sense the rhythm of waves and tides in every slow movement. The silence of the ocean monument suits them. No sound but the muffled hum of currents, and the soft bubbling of water breaks the stillness. In that silence, the Elder Guardians seem eternal, as if they have always been there and always will be. They are the embodiment of waiting creatures who know no urgency, who measure time not in minutes or days but in centuries. Their watch is endless, and their patience unbroken. To imagine resting with thoughts of the Elder Guardians is to see yourself drifting slowly through the chambers of the monument. The water is cool, the light dim and calming, the sea lanterns casting their soft glow on prismarine walls. The smaller guardians swim lazily in the distance, but here, in this chamber, only the Elder remains, circling slowly, its eye fixed upon you, yet it does not strike. It only watches, steady and calm, as though acknowledging your presence, recognizing you not as an enemy, but as a guest in its eternal halls. You breathe slowly, the water carrying you gently upward and downward, your eyes heavy, your body weightless. The Elder Guardian continues its watch as you close your eyes, keeping you safe in the silence of the sea until dreams take hold. Far below the surface of the overworld, deeper than caves and mine shafts, deeper than strongholds and rivers of lava, there lies a biome unlike any other. It is called the Deep Dark, and it is a place of silence, of shadows, and of mystery. To descend into it feels like entering a forgotten dream, a place carved not only from stone but from fear and stillness. The Deep Dark is coated in a substance unlike anything found elsewhere in Minecraft. The Skulk. This strange material spreads across floors, walls, and ceilings like a living carpet, its surface dark and patterned with glowing veins of faint turquoise light. At times, the Skulk pulses gently, releasing particles that drift upward like soft sparks, as though the blocks themselves are breathing. To walk upon them is to step, not on stone, but on something alive, something aware. Unlike other biomes, the deep dark has no natural mobs wandering its halls. There are no skeletons lurking, no zombies moaning, no spiders crawling from shadows. Instead, the silence is absolute. It is a silence that weighs upon the ears, making even the faintest footsteps seem too loud. Every sound feels amplified, every movement a potential mistake. The absence of life makes the skulk feel all the more present, as though it has claimed the biome entirely for itself. The skulk is more than decoration. It reacts to vibration, to sound, to movement. Skulk sensors, with their waving tendrils, detect even the faintest noise, lighting up when triggered and sending signals through the strange network of blocks. These sensors connect to shriekers, unsettling structures that emit a piercing cry when activated. The shriek echoes through the deep dark like a warning bell, announcing the presence of intruders. After enough warnings, the ground itself trembles, and from the skulk rises a guardian of silence, the warden. Even without the warden, the skulk itself feels ominous. The way it spreads suggests hunger, as though it feeds upon the life around it. This is not far from the truth, for skulk grows outward when creatures die nearby, consuming their experience and turning it into new skulk blocks. Death fuels growth here, transforming loss into eerie abundance. It is as though the deep dark thrives not on sunlight or soil, but on the energy of endings. Skulk catalysts, strange blocks that seem like hearts of the biome, spread this growth. When a creature falls near them, their experience flows into the catalyst, which then sprouts new veins, sensors, or shriekers. To watch this happen is unsettling. A creature vanishes, and in its place, the ground itself expands with pulsing life. It suggests that the skulk is not merely alive, but parasitic, thriving on the very essence of living beings. The deep dark, then, becomes not just a place of silence, but a graveyard that grows stronger with every death. The appearance of skulk raises questions of origin. Where did it come from? Was it always buried here, waiting in the shadows? Or did it spread after some great disaster, consuming what once stood in its place? Some believe it is tied to the void, a creeping manifestation of nothingness seeping into the overworld. Others imagine it as the legacy of the ancient builders, a creation they could not control, which grew unchecked and consumed their cities. Still others see it as natural, a strange ecosystem as much a part of Minecraft's world as forests or deserts, simply hidden away until uncovered. Despite its danger, the deep dark has its own strange beauty. The glow of skulk veins shimmers faintly against the darkness, like stars scattered across stone. The particles drift upward like fireflies, dancing in the air with quiet grace. The silence itself, though unsettling at first, can become calming. With no mobs to disturb it, no water to rush, no lava to hiss, the deep dark feels frozen in time, as though the world has paused to breathe. To wander here carefully is to experience a kind of stillness found nowhere else. Some players imagine the skulk as an organism, a single living network stretching across vast underground regions. The sensors are its ears, the shriekers its voice, the catalysts its heart. The warden, in this interpretation, is its hand, a creature born from the skulk itself, summoned to protect its body when threatened. In this view, the deep dark is not merely a biome, but a living entity, ancient and aware, waiting in the depths. In softer imaginings, the skulk is not frightening but gentle. Its glow is soothing, its particles drifting like sparks from a campfire. The sensors do not cry out, but hum softly, responding to movement with a faint glow. The shriekers are not alarms but chimes, their calls echoing musically through the cavern. In this version of the deep dark, the silence is not oppressive but restful, a place where players can sit quietly and feel the calm weight of stone pressing down, safe from all disturbances of the surface. To rest with thoughts of the deep dark is to imagine yourself lying on a bed of soft skulk, its glow faint beneath you, its warmth subtle but steady. Above, particles drift slowly like falling snow. The silence is total, broken only by the gentle hum of the skulk as it shifts and breathes. No mobs stir, no footsteps echo but your own. You close your eyes, and the silence becomes a blanket, heavy yet comforting, wrapping you in its stillness until dreams arrive. Beneath the layers of stone and deep slate, where silence reigns and the skulk spreads like a living carpet, there lies something greater than caverns and tunnels. These are the ancient cities, vast, ruined structures woven into the deep dark itself. To find one feels like stumbling into a dream, a place too large, too deliberate, to have been hidden away for so long. Their halls stretch outward like the veins of memory, their plazas yawning wide with a weight of history. The first sight of an ancient city is unforgettable. You descend into darkness, guided only by the faint shimmer of skulk veins, and then suddenly the space opens. Towering arches loom overhead, bridges span across chasms, and soul lanterns glow with cold blue light. These lanterns cast shadows rather than comfort, their dim fire more ghostly than warm. The effect is haunting a city not alive but preserved, like a memory frozen in stone and silence. Unlike villages, strongholds, or temples, the ancient city does not feel built for convenience. Its halls are uneven, its paths winding, stairways lead to nowhere. Bridges collapse halfway across, chambers open into voids filled with skulk. It is less a city of the living than a ruin of the dead, a place that has endured long past the time of its builders. Some areas are intact enough to suggest activity plazas where people may have gathered, chambers lined with candles, shrines surrounded by carpets. Yet the silence tells the truth. Whatever life once filled these spaces is long gone. The centerpiece of nearly every ancient city is the massive portal frame, a structure of reinforced deep slate that dominates its central hall. It resembles the familiar shape of a nether portal, but it cannot be lit, cannot be opened by any means players know. Around its edges, skulk clings like vines, filling the gaps with veins and shriekers, as though the skulk itself has claimed the structure for its own. This portal frame has become one of Minecraft's greatest mysteries. What did it once lead to? Another dimension, perhaps? Or a realm now lost to time? Or was it never meant to open, instead serving as a monument to something greater than the builders themselves? Theories about the portal abound. Some players imagine it as a gateway to the void, a door into the nothingness beneath bedrock. Others see it as a sealed passage to realms beyond imagination, perhaps a future update, perhaps a forgotten dimension that was cut away. Still others believe it to be symbolic, a monument rather than a machine, representing the builder's reach into mysteries too great for them. The very fact that it cannot be opened makes it all the more powerful in imagination. It is an unfinished story, left for players to wonder about as they drift to sleep. The city's architecture speaks of skill and knowledge. Deep slate, basalt, and blackstone form its walls, materials chosen for durability and strength. Soul lanterns are placed deliberately, their blue light marking important spaces. In some places, redstone contraptions remain hidden, doors that open with levers, mechanisms that still function despite centuries of silence. These details suggest that the builders were not only skilled architects but also engineers, capable of weaving both beauty and function into their design. And yet, for all their brilliance, the builders are gone. No written records remain, no books, no signs, no words carved into stone. Their story must be pieced together from what remains: carpets laid in ceremonial halls, candles arranged as though for rituals, storage chests filled with supplies and treasures. These items whisper of a people who lived, worked, and believed in something greater than themselves. The absence of beds is notable, as though the city was not a place of rest but of purpose. Chests hidden throughout the ruins hold items that deepen the mystery. Enchanted books of swift sneak, an enchantment unique to this place, suggests that the builders valued silence, that moving quietly was essential here. Echo shards, glowing fragments, used to craft the recovery compass, feel tied to memory and loss, remnants of those who came before. Music discs like 5 and Other Side appear, their melodies haunting, filled with longing and quiet sorrow. Even enchanted golden apples, symbols of survival and blessing, are found here in abundance, as though the builders prepared for great trials. Every detail seems chosen to reinforce a theme of memory, silence, and survival. The skulk grows where death has taken place. Echo shards tie players to their past, and the warden rises to punish disturbance. The city becomes a place of reflection, a monument not only to its builders but to the nature of hubris itself, of reaching too far, too deep, and awakening forces that could not be controlled. Some see the ancient city not as a home but as a prison. The reinforced deep slate, unbreakable by any tool, feels like a barrier, designed to contain something. Perhaps the builders were not inhabitants but wardens themselves, trying to seal away the skulk and its guardian. If so, their failure is evident. The skulk has spread unchecked, and the warden emerges from its depths to this day, summoned by shriekers when silence is broken. Others imagine the city as a place of worship, a cathedral beneath the earth. The carpets and candles support this view, their placement ceremonial, their arrangements deliberate. The portal could have been an altar, a gateway for rituals, a place where the builders sought contact with divine or otherworldly powers. If so, then the warden may not be a mere guardian, but a servant or emissary of what the builders venerated. Whatever the truth, the atmosphere of the ancient city remains unmatched. Its plazas stretch wide like forgotten marketplaces, its bridges crisscross through shadows, and its shrines glow faintly in the cold light of soul lanterns. Every corner feels steeped in history, every hall echoes with silence that seems alive. Exploring it requires not just courage but patience, for every step risks summoning the warden, every movement threatens to disturb the fragile quiet. To rest with thoughts of the ancient city is to imagine yourself standing in one of its plazas, the lanterns glowing faintly in the distance. The skulk spreads softly across the stone beneath your feet, its glow gentle, almost like candlelight. The silence presses in, not harsh but heavy, like a blanket. Above, the arches rise into shadow, and the great portal looms in the distance, its frame indestructible, its purpose unknown. You breathe slowly, feeling the weight of history around you, and the city seems to sigh, its silence settling deeper. You close your eyes, and in the stillness, the ruins become a dream, endless and eternal, waiting for your return. In the deepest silence of the deep dark, where skulk veins stretch across stone like roots of forgotten trees, there is a presence that feels older than time itself. It does not walk until it is summoned. It does not exist until it is disturbed, yet its awareness seems constant, as though it waits beneath the surface, listening with patience that outlasts centuries. This is the Warden, the creature of darkness, the guardian of the ancient cities. The Warden is unlike any other being in Minecraft. It does not spawn as other mobs do, appearing in darkness or in certain biomes. Instead, it rises only when silence is broken again and again, when skulk shriekers are activated by careless footsteps or hurried movements. Its arrival feels less like a natural occurrence and more like a consequence, as if the deep dark itself has judged you unworthy of its peace. The ground trembles, particles swirl, and with a low rumble the Warden climbs upward from the skulk, as though the darkness itself has taken form. Its size is imposing, taller than an iron golem, broad and heavy, with arms that swing like the trunks of great trees. Its body is covered in skulk-like patterns, glowing with veins of turquoise light that pulse like a heartbeat. The most unsettling feature is its face, or rather, the absence of one. Where eyes should be, there is only smooth darkness. The Warden is blind, yet it misses nothing. It hunts through sound and vibration. Every step, every block broken, every arrow loosed echoing through the skulk to its waiting senses. When the Warden emerges, the world around it changes. A wave of darkness spreads, dimming vision until only a small circle remains visible. Torches still glow faintly, lanterns still shine, but to the player's eyes the light is swallowed, consumed by the Warden's presence. It is as if the creature brings with it a piece of the void, cloaking everything in a suffocating shadow. This darkness effect makes even the bravest explorers falter, for there is nothing more disorienting than losing the world around you. Left with only sound, the slow thump of the Warden's heart, the scrape of stone, the echo of your own movements. The Warden's strength is unmatched. With 500 health points, it is more durable than the Ender Dragon, more resilient than the Wither. Its melee strikes are devastating, capable of breaking even the toughest armor in only a handful of blows. And if distance is sought for safety, the Warden reveals another weapon, the sonic boom. This ranged attack bypasses armor entirely, dealing pure damage as a ripple of energy erupts from its chest. The boom travels through walls and barriers, striking regardless of defenses. In this way, the Warden enforces a truth: there is no easy escape. Yet despite its terrifying power, the Warden was never designed to be conquered. It drops little of value when killed, only a single skulk catalyst. There is no great reward, no legendary treasure for defeating it. Its purpose is not to be slain, but to be feared, avoided, respected. The developers of Minecraft shaped it not as prey, but as punishment, a force of nature to remind players that not every challenge is meant to be overcome with weapons. Some dangers are best survived through silence and care. The way the Warden hunts deepens its mystery. It does not move aimlessly, but stalks with deliberation, lowering its head, sniffing the air, turning slowly toward vibrations. It follows the faintest sound, a snowball thrown, a block broken, a step too loud. To distract it is possible, but its patience is unnerving. It lingers, listening, waiting for proof of your presence, and when it locks onto you, it roars a guttural, thunderous sound that echoes through stone and bone alike. That roar is a promise. The hunt has begun. Some imagine the Warden not as a mob at all, but as a manifestation of the skulk. Its glowing chest, pulsing like the skulk catalysts, seems to tie it to the same strange energy. Its body, patterned like the skulk sensors, suggests it is born directly from the network of blocks. In this view, the Warden is the biome's guardian spirit, the deep dark made flesh, a hand of silence risen to defend the ruins. It is less creature than consequence, less enemy than embodiment. Others see it as a creation of the ancient builders. Perhaps they shaped it as a guardian for their cities, a protector designed to respond to trespassers. If so, then it may once have been noble, a sentinel of loyalty and duty. But over time, corrupted by skulk, it lost its purpose, reduced now to pure instinct and wrath. Its blindness could be symbolic, a creature meant to see not with eyes but with trust, now twisted into one that sees only through fear. Whatever its origin, the Warden holds a place of awe in Minecraft's lore. It is the only creature that encourages players to hide, to sneak, to restrain their natural urge to explore and conquer. In its presence, bravery becomes patience, courage becomes silence. It teaches that survival is not always about strength, but about humility, about recognizing when to retreat, when to yield to forces greater than yourself. And yet, in dreams, the Warden can be gentler. Imagine it not as a beast of rage, but as a great guardian, wandering its halls with steady calm. Its heartbeat is not a warning, but a lullaby, steady and low, guiding you to slow your breath. Its glow is not threatening, but soothing, veins of turquoise pulsing softly like the rhythm of waves on a shore. In this vision, the Warden is a caretaker of silence, a being who ensures that the deep dark remains undisturbed. To rest under its watch is to feel cradled by shadows, protected by patience, lulled into sleep by the heartbeat of the earth itself. To drift off with the Warden in your thoughts is to imagine lying on a bridge within the ancient city. The skulk glows faintly beneath you, particles drifting upward like starlight. The darkness closes in, not frightening but comforting, wrapping you in quiet. Somewhere nearby, the Warden walks slowly, its heavy steps echoing like drums. It does not search for you. It simply patrols, eternal and patient, a reminder that silence is sacred. You close your eyes, your breath slowing to match its rhythm, and sleep comes like a gift, steady and deep, carried by the guardian of the deep dark. Deep beneath mountains, forests, and oceans, hidden in the stone, as though the world itself wished to keep them secret, lie the strongholds. They are among the oldest and most mysterious structures in Minecraft, labyrinths of stone brick corridors, libraries filled with cobwebbed shelves, and hidden chambers that seem to wait in silence. Unlike villages or dungeons, strongholds are not marked on the surface. They are secret places, revealed only through the guidance of Ender eyes, as if one must already know a piece of the mystery in order to find the rest. The first steps into a stronghold often feel unsettling. The walls are made of stone bricks, some cracked, some mossy, giving the impression of great age. Doorways lead into long corridors, staircases descend into darkness, and iron doors creak as they swing. Unlike natural caves, these halls were built. Every turn and every room suggests a builder, though no builder remains. They are ruins, and ruins always whisper of stories left behind. Within the stronghold are libraries, rooms filled with towering shelves of books. Dust and cobwebs hang thick, giving the sense that no one has entered them for centuries. The books themselves cannot be read, but their presence implies knowledge, knowledge now lost, perhaps explaining why the strongholds were built or what they were meant to protect. Lanterns or torches glow faintly, casting light on rows of pages that have fallen silent. To wander through these libraries is to feel as though you are brushing against the edge of forgotten wisdom, something that once explained the mysteries of the world, but has now slipped beyond reach. Strongholds contain many empty rooms as well, as if once they were bustling with life, but are now abandoned. Small storage areas hold nothing. Staircases lead into stone, Fountains trickle quietly in empty chambers. These details add to the atmosphere of stillness. The stronghold feels like a fortress that has outlived its people, like a shell of stone left behind when life has already departed. And yet, in its silence, it waits. The heart of every stronghold is the end portal room. To find it is to feel a shift. The ordinary stone bricks give way to something different, something more deliberate. The portal frame rests above a pool of lava, its green blocks carved with strange patterns that glow faintly, as though alive. Silverfish spawners lurk nearby, releasing their tiny, skittering guardians to defend the portal. The room feels both sacred and dangerous, a threshold between worlds. When filled with eyes of Ender, the portal ignites, a starry void opening within its frame. The sight is mesmerizing. A black surface sprinkled with shifting white specks, as though the night sky had been laid flat within stone. To step into it is to step beyond the overworld, to leave behind all familiar ground and fall into the end. This portal is unique in Minecraft, for it is not built by players but completed within ruins that already exist. Its presence raises questions. Who made it, and why? Did the stronghold builders intend for others to follow them into the end, or were these portals remnants of a plan that failed long ago? Theories about the strongholds abound. Some believe they were constructed by the same ancient civilization that built the ruined portals found on the surface, linking the Nether and the End into a single network of exploration. Perhaps these people sought to travel freely between all realms, creating gateways as they went. If so, then the strongholds were their gateways to the End, their final effort to cross into the domain of the dragon. Others see the strongholds as refuges, hidden fortresses built to protect their inhabitants from some catastrophe. The libraries may have been attempts to preserve knowledge, the portals a desperate escape. If so, then the silence of the stronghold speaks of failure. Their people may have passed into the End and never returned, leaving only ruins behind. The cracked and mossy stones suggest centuries of abandonment, as though the world itself has forgotten their builders. The connection between the strongholds and the Ender Dragon is undeniable. The portal leads directly to her realm, suggesting that the purpose of the strongholds was bound to her. Some imagine that the stronghold builders sought to defeat the dragon, to conquer the End as players now attempt. Others think the builders worshipped her, building the portals as shrines rather than weapons. In either case, the dragon remains, while the builders are gone. The outcome of their journey is hidden, their story unfinished. And yet, despite its mystery, the stronghold feels strangely comforting in its design. The rooms, though empty, are orderly. The corridors, though crumbling, are purposeful. The libraries, though silent, are filled with the promise of knowledge. To wander through a stronghold is to feel not only unease but belonging, as though you have stepped into a story that was always meant to include you. The eyes of Ender guide you here, and the portal waits, as though your arrival has been expected all along. In dreams, the stronghold can become a place of peace. Imagine walking slowly through its corridors, torches glowing softly on the mossy bricks. The air is cool and still, filled with the faint scent of stone and dust. You pass through the library, and though the books are silent, you sense their weight, their presence wrapping you in calm. At last you reach the portal room, and the frame glows gently, though unlit, resting above the warm lava below. You sit on the stone steps, breathing slowly, feeling the stillness press around you like a blanket. The stronghold is quiet, protective, timeless. You close your eyes, and the sound of silence carries you into rest. The strongholds remind us of Minecraft's greatest themes: curiosity, discovery, and mystery. They are not simply dungeons to be looted, but stories to be entered, questions to be asked. Who built them? What knowledge did they hold? Why did they leave? And what did they hope to find? These questions may never be answered, yet in their absence lies the magic of the strongholds. They are invitations to wonder, to dream, to imagine histories that belong as much to the player as to the game. And so the stronghold remains, hidden in stone, waiting patiently. Its corridors are empty, its library silent, its portal frame cold. Yet one day, a traveler arrives, guided by the eyes of Ender, and the silence stirs. Torches flicker, footsteps echo, and the stronghold awakens again. In this way, the stronghold is eternal, living on not through its builders but through every player who finds it, explores it, and wonders at its story. To step through the portal is to surrender yourself completely. The frame of stone closes behind, the familiar light of torches fades, and suddenly you are suspended in the void. This is the end, a realm that feels less like a place and more like a dream, vast, dark, and eternal. The sky above is black, yet not empty. Faint stars or shifting specks shimmer across it like distant memories. Beneath your feet stretches a landscape of pale yellow stone, end stone, brittle and porous, forming islands that float in silence over the infinite void. The first sight of the end is haunting. The main island is immense, its surface jagged and uneven, yet mostly bare. Here there are no forests, no rivers, no villages. There is only emptiness, broken occasionally by obsidian towers that rise like black monoliths toward the dark sky. Atop these towers rest end crystals, glowing softly with a pinkish light, their energy pulsing and spiraling upward. They hum faintly, a sound that is more felt than heard, as though the air itself vibrates with their power. The silence of the end is different from that of the deep dark. Where the deep dark silence feels heavy and watchful, the end silence feels infinite, unending, like drifting in a void between worlds. There are no ambient sounds of dripping water or echoing stone, no hum of skulk or whisper of lava. Here the only sounds are your footsteps on brittle end stone and the faint cries of endermen scattered across the island. This silence can be unnerving, but it can also be calming, a reminder that you have entered a space untouched by time. The obsidian towers are arranged in a great ring, surrounding the center of the island. Their placement feels deliberate, as though they are part of some vast design, their crystals channeling energy into the heart of the realm. It is here that the Ender Dragon circles, wings beating silently as she soars through the void. She is the ruler of the end, the last great challenge of Minecraft's survival journey, and her presence fills the empty space with weight and purpose. Yet even in her strength, the dragon feels ancient, tied to this world as though she is less creature and more spirit of the realm itself. Beyond the main island, the end stretches outward into infinite chains of smaller islands. To reach them, one must pass through gateways that appear after the dragon is defeated, shimmering portals suspended above bedrock frames. Entering these gateways is like stepping deeper into the dream, drifting further into the endless void. The outer islands are dotted with strange, alien vegetation chorus plants, tall stalks that twist and branch unpredictably. Their blossoms glow faintly, and when harvested, they yield chorus fruit that teleports the eater at random, as though tied to the nature of the end itself. Among these islands stand the end cities, tall structures built of purple blocks that gleam faintly against the darkness. These cities, like the strongholds in the ancient cities before them, raise questions of origin. Who built them? Were they once homes of the Endermen, or creations of another forgotten civilization. Their towers stretch upward like spires of a dream, filled with loot and treasure but empty of life except for the occasional shulker, a strange creature that hides within boxes and fires projectiles that make players float helplessly. The emptiness of these cities is profound, as though they were abandoned long ago, left as monuments to a vanished people. At the tops of some end cities, ships float suspended in the void, crafted from purple and bearing dragon heads on their bows. Within these ships lies one of the rarest treasures in Minecraft, the elytra, wings that allow players to glide freely through the skies. The elytra feels symbolic, as though the builders of these ships had transcended walking and learned to soar. To claim them is to carry a fragment of the end's dream back into the overworld, to move with freedom beyond what was thought possible. The Endermen themselves are the most constant presence here. They wander across the islands, tall and thin, their purple eyes glowing faintly in the dark. They move quietly, teleporting unpredictably, their behavior both unsettling and mournful. They do not attack unless provoked, as though they are guardians of silence, content to wander forever unless disturbed. Some imagine them as the descendants of the builders of the end cities, transformed over time into the beings we see today. Others see them as spirits of the void itself, beings who belong not to history but to eternity. The end has always inspired speculation. What is it truly? Is it a dimension like the Nether, part of the fabric of the world? Or is it something outside, a dream space that exists beyond reality? The endless void, the floating islands, the silence, all suggest something detached from the ordinary laws of nature. It feels less like a place meant to be lived in and more like a stage for endings, a realm designed for one final trial. Its very name, the end, carries weight. The end of journeys, the end of exploration, the end of stories. And yet, as players know, endings often give way to new beginnings. In gentler visions, the end is not frightening but peaceful. The void stretches infinitely, but rather than emptiness it feels like calm. The stars scattered across the sky twinkle softly, like lights in a night that never ends. The chorus plants sway gently in silent breezes, their blossoms glowing like lanterns. Endermen wander slowly, unhurried, like dreamers moving through a world of thought. To sit on a quiet island, beneath the endless sky, is to feel both small and infinite at once. To rest with thoughts of the end is to imagine yourself on a small island far from the main one. The void surrounds you, vast and still, its silence wrapping around like a blanket. The chorus plants glow softly nearby, their blossoms opening like stars upon the ground. Endermen wander at a distance, their eyes glowing but not unkind. You sit on the pale stone, breathing slowly, staring into the endless dark. There is no fear, no haste, only stillness. You close your eyes, and the void becomes a lullaby, carrying you gently into dreams. The end is not merely the conclusion of a journey. It is a reminder of mystery, of questions unanswered, of the infinite beyond the finite. Its silence invites reflection, its vastness encourages humility, and its beauty inspires wonder. It is a place where endings are written, but also where new stories can begin, carried on wings across the void. At the center of the end, circling endlessly above the obsidian towers, there is one being who defines the realm. She is the only true boss of this dark dimension, the great dragon who soars through the void with wings as wide as shadows, her purple eyes glowing like stars. The Ender Dragon is both a test and a mystery, a guardian of the end, who is at once terrifying and majestic. The first sight of the Ender Dragon is unforgettable. She glides effortlessly through the black sky, her body vast and sleek, her wings beating with a rhythm that seems to shake the air itself. Unlike mobs of the overworld, she is not bound to the ground or to simple paths. She is free, truly free, flying across the expanse as though the entire realm belongs to her, and in a sense, it does. The Ender Dragon is the ruler of this place, the reason the obsidian towers stand, the focus of their energy, the soul of the void. Her presence is tied to the end crystals perched atop the obsidian spires. These glowing prisms pulse with light, channeling their energy into the dragon, healing her wounds whenever she draws close. To defeat her, players must first shatter these crystals, watching as they burst into explosions of energy that light up the dark sky. Each one destroyed weakens her grasp. Each one lost brings her closer to mortality. Yet while they stand, she remains eternal, her life force renewed again and again by the structures of her realm. The Ender Dragon's roar is deep and echoing, reverberating across the island like thunder. It is a sound that fills the silence of the end, commanding attention, instilling both awe and fear. To hear it is to be reminded that you are not welcome, that you have trespassed into a domain ruled by something far older and stronger than yourself. And yet, her roar is not only frightening but strangely beautiful, a reminder of the power and majesty of a creature tied so deeply to the heart of the world. In battle, she is relentless. She dives from the sky, unleashing purple fire that lingers on the ground as damaging clouds. She sweeps across the island, knocking players aside with her wings. Her movements are swift and unpredictable, her strength overwhelming. Yet for all her danger, there is elegance in the way she fights, as though she is not simply lashing out but fulfilling her role as guardian of the end. She is not cruel. She is purposeful, defending her realm with all the grace and power of a creature born from its very essence. The dragon's defeat is a moment of triumph for players. When her health is finally drained and her body begins to shatter into light, she rises into the sky one last time. Her form glows, breaks apart, and dissolves into streams of experience that rain down like golden stars. At the center of the island, a portal opens, shimmering with a new way home. This ending feels both final and transcendent, as though the dragon's death is not an end but a release, her energy returning to the void that gave her form. And yet, the story does not end there. The Ender Dragon can be summoned again, her body restored, with end crystals placed around the portal. This ability to revive her raises questions. Is she truly a single being, or a force that the end itself calls back when disturbed? Perhaps she is not a creature at all, but a manifestation of the realm, a guardian who returns as long as the end remains. Each battle, then, is less a final victory and more a ritual, a cycle repeated endlessly. The lore of the Ender Dragon inspires endless speculation. Some imagine she was created by the ancient builders, a sentinel placed in the end to guard its treasures. Others see her as older than any civilization, a primal force of the void who has always existed, tied to the obsidian towers and the endless dark. The Endermen who wander the islands may even serve her, not as minions but as fellow guardians of silence, their glowing eyes reflecting her eternal watch. In softer dreams, the Ender Dragon is not an enemy but a protector. She circles the end not to destroy but to preserve, ensuring that silence and balance remain. Her wings stir the void gently, like the slow rhythm of tides. Her roar becomes a call across eternity, steady and low, more like a song than a threat. To imagine her in this way is to see her not as a beast of war but as a goddess of the end, a being whose presence brings order to the vast emptiness. Resting with thoughts of the Ender Dragon is to imagine lying upon the end stone beneath her flight. The sky above is black but scattered with faint shifting lights. Her wings pass overhead, vast shadows moving gracefully across the surface. You feel no fear, only calm, as though her presence assures you that the void is safe. She circles endlessly, her movements smooth, her energy steady. You breathe in time with her wings, each rise and fall lulling you deeper into peace. Her roar echoes gently in the distance, not harsh but resonant, vibrating softly through the stone beneath you. You close your eyes, and the dragon's presence becomes a lullaby, carrying you into dreams as vast as the void itself. The Ender Dragon is more than a boss fight, more than a test of skill. She is the culmination of mystery, the guardian of an entire realm, the final chapter of a journey that begins in the simplest of places, punching trees, building shelters, exploring caves. To reach her is to see how far you have come, and to defeat her is to mark a passage, a transition from one stage of adventure to another. She is the symbol of endings, and yet also the promise of beginnings, for every player who defeats her steps not only into triumph but into the endless possibilities that follow. And so the Ender Dragon remains, eternal in her vigil, patient in her circling flight. She waits for challengers, not with cruelty but with certainty, knowing that her presence gives the end its meaning. She is the queen of the void, the spirit of silence, the heartbeat of the realm beyond realms. To know her is to know the end, and to rest with her in your thoughts is to drift into sleep, cradled by wings as wide as the night. Scattered across the barren islands of the end, tall, silent figures wander with patient, unhurried steps. They are the Endermen, one of Minecraft's most iconic and enigmatic creatures. Their bodies are long and slender, their limbs stretched unnaturally, their posture both humanoid and alien. They move with a slow, deliberate rhythm, yet they are capable of vanishing in an instant, reappearing somewhere distant with the crack of teleportation. To watch them is to be reminded that this world is filled with mysteries beyond explanation. The first thing most notice about the Endermen are their eyes. They glow a vibrant purple, piercing the blackness of the end sky like embers in the void. Their gaze is unsettling, yet strangely mournful. It is said that if you look directly into their eyes, they will become hostile, letting out a piercing, distorted scream before charging with uncanny speed. And so, players learn to lower their gaze, to avoid direct contact, treating the Endermen with a kind of respect. They are not mindless enemies, but watchers, beings whose quiet patience is disturbed only when challenged. Their teleportation adds to their mystery. In an instant, they vanish, reappearing nearby with a flicker of particles. Sometimes they move to attack, other times simply to wander. It gives the impression that they are not bound by the same laws of space as other creatures. The Endermen seem to exist slightly out of phase with the world, slipping through its edges as easily as others walk upon stone. Their movement feels more like drifting through thought than through space, as though distance is a suggestion rather than a rule. Endermen are also builders of a sort, though not in the way players are. They pick up blocks and carry them, moving dirt, sand, or even flowers from one place to another. No one knows why. Some see it as simple curiosity, others as a form of expression, as though they arrange the world subtly to reflect their own patterns. Over time, their random movements of blocks create tiny, almost imperceptible changes in the land. A misplaced block here, a flower moved there, as if the Endermen are quietly reshaping the world according to a logic only they understand. In the Overworld, Endermen appear most often at night or in dark places, their tall figures striding silently through plains and forests. Their presence is unsettling but also strangely peaceful. They do not attack unprovoked, and if left alone, they simply wander, occasionally stopping to stare at the horizon. In the Nether, their appearance is even stranger, their black forms standing against the blazing red of netherrack and lava. It is as though they belong everywhere and yet nowhere, walking as visitors through realms not their own. Theories about the Enderman's origins are as numerous as the stars. Some players imagine that they are the remnants of the ancient builders who once created strongholds, monuments, and perhaps even the end cities. In this view, the Endermen are cursed, transformed into these tall, wandering figures by the magic of the void. Their carrying of blocks could be an echo of their past lives, a faint memory of the days when they built great structures. Now, their minds are fractured, their actions reduced to simple, haunting gestures of their former creativity. Others see the Endermen as spirits of the end itself. Their purple eyes mirror the energy of the void, their teleportation tied to its endless emptiness. They do not need homes, food, or sleep, for they are beings of eternity. The cities they wander may not have been built by them, but their presence there suggests a connection, perhaps guardianship, perhaps ownership. In this view, the Endermen are not cursed builders but original inhabitants, as eternal as the Ender Dragon herself. There is also the softer imagining of the Endermen as dreamers. Their wandering is not aimless, but thoughtful. They drift across plains, forests, deserts, and void islands, not in search of prey but in contemplation. Their silence is not emptiness, but reflection. They carry blocks not to build but to remember, each piece of dirt or sand a memory held close. In this vision, the Endermen are gentle beings, misunderstood because their ways are so different from our own. Their occasional bursts of anger, when looked at directly, may simply be the pain of being seen too clearly, their privacy shattered by curious eyes. The Endermen's voices, the distorted, echoing sounds they make, add to their mystery. The noises are strange and fragmented, sometimes sounding like whispers, sometimes like cries from far away. To some, it feels as though they are speaking in a language lost to time, words twisted by the void until they are no longer understandable. To others, it feels less like speech and more like thought, fragments of dreams bleeding into sound. And yet, for all their strangeness, the Endermen can also feel comforting. Their presence is constant, their wandering endless. They are not chaotic, not destructive, but steady, like shadows moving slowly through the night. To watch them from a distance, their purple eyes glowing softly, is to be reminded that the world is filled with mysteries too deep to unravel. And sometimes it is enough simply to let them remain mysteries. To rest with thoughts of the Endermen is to imagine yourself standing on a quiet end island. The void stretches infinitely around you, black and still. Nearby, an Enderman moves slowly, carrying a single block of end stone. It does not notice you, nor does it care. Its steps are soft, its movements patient, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. More Endermen drift at the edges of your vision, tall shadows wandering without hurry. The silence is immense, yet their presence makes it feel alive. You breathe deeply, slowly, letting their rhythm guide you. Their silence becomes your silence, their patience your own. You close your eyes, and in the stillness, you too wander through dreams, unhurried and at peace. The Endermen remind us of the beauty of the unknown. They are creatures of silence, guardians of mystery, beings who resist explanation. In a world where so much can be crafted, controlled, and conquered, they remain beyond full understanding, inviting players to wonder, to imagine, to dream. They are not threats to be defeated, but presences to be respected, a reminder that sometimes the most powerful stories are those that remain unsolved. And so, the Endermen continue their eternal wandering, their purple eyes glowing softly against the void. They carry their blocks, they teleport across space, they drift through forests and deserts, strongholds and cities, overworld, nether, and end. Always silent, always watching, always patient. To know them is not to explain them, but simply to accept their mystery, and in doing so, to rest more deeply, lulled by the rhythm of their endless walk. Far beyond the central island of the End, scattered across the vast emptiness of the void, lie strange and beautiful structures unlike anything else in Minecraft. These are the End City's tall, floating towers of purple and end stone brick, their spires reaching upward as though yearning for the distant stars. They shimmer with an otherworldly glow, their colors pale and haunting, standing out starkly against the endless black of the void. To discover them is to stumble upon something both alien and majestic, remnants of a civilization that feels as eternal as the End itself. The End cities are filled with winding corridors, stairways that seem to lead nowhere, and chambers built with impossible geometry. They stretch upward into the sky, connected by bridges that hover above the abyss. At their highest points, ships sometimes drift, great end ships suspended in the void, as though anchored not by stone but by magic. These ships, with their masts and sails, suggest journeys across a sea that does not exist, a fleet stranded forever in the emptiness. To enter an end ship is to find treasures unlike any other. Elytra, the wings that allow players to fly. It is as though the ships still carry the dreams of flight, waiting for someone to claim them. Guarding the End cities are the shulkers. These strange, cube-like creatures hide within their shells, blending seamlessly into the walls of the structures they inhabit. At first glance, they appear to be mere blocks, unnoticed, until they open with a sudden, unsettling movement. From within, they fire slow-moving projectiles that home in on their targets. When struck, these projectiles inflict levitation, causing players to drift helplessly upward. In the winding halls of the End cities, this levitation is both dangerous and strangely serene. To rise into the air, floating upward in silence, feels almost dreamlike, though the fall that follows is far less forgiving. As you close your eyes, you drift upward like one struck by a shulker's levitation, but in this dream, there is no fear of falling. You rise gently into the void, the city glowing below, the ship gleaming above. The End itself becomes a sea of stillness, a place where silence is not emptiness, but peace. You float, unhurried and calm, until the stars themselves cradle you, and the story of the End lulls you into sleep. The End cities and their shulkers are the final piece of the puzzle, the last chapter in the dreamlike story of Minecraft's dimensions. They are monuments to mystery, guardians of treasure, and symbols of exploration. To discover them is to find the edge of the world, and yet also to realize that the edge is never the end. For in Minecraft, every ending is only a new beginning, every silence a new story waiting to be told.